Welcome, everyone. Good afternoon. You don't have to be quiet. Welcome to the School of Arts and Sciences annual Penn Grad Talks. I'm Beth Wenger. I'm Associate Dean for Graduate Studies and Maurice and Josephine Berg Professor of History here in the School of Arts and Sciences. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the Penn Grad Talks, and we are let's take a moment. 10 years of fabulous talks, and we are so excited to continue this tradition rich with wonderful student scholarship. Before we get started, a few notes about our program today. We will be hearing over the course of the afternoon from 20 of our impressive grad students. Their topics range from Buddhism in prison to science on a student budget, to how self-defense laws can impact violence. I can't wait to hear what they have to say. We are so proud of the diverse perspectives and voices represented here today, which reflect the strength of our graduate community in SAS. Events like Penn Grad Talks remind us that scholarship is not just about answers, but about dialogue, exchange, and shared understanding. I want to extend a personal thank you to all of our presenters, both here now and throughout the day. They show the vital part that our grad students play in the intellectual life of the school. Graduate research requires students to specialize, to attain mastery in their respective fields. And they do this in order to create new knowledge. But that knowledge cannot stay isolated among specialists. We must communicate ideas to those outside of each of our respective fields, and we commend today's presenters for taking on the challenge of translating their work for a generalized audience, an essential skill that will be on display today. Today at Penn Grad Talks, we are devoted to communicating our research to a broad public. Presenters, thank you for being with us here today and for sharing your work. Those of us in the audience look forward to hearing all about your findings, from AI integration to African pianism. To our audience, both here and online, thank you for joining us to support our graduate students and learn more about their research. I hope we all come away from this experience surprised and enlightened by what we've learned. Over the last 10 years, this event has evolved as we've adapted to changing realities of the world around us, but the talks themselves have remained consistently fascinating, viewed thousands of times online and shared on social media. For anyone who wants to share posts about the program today on their own social media, please use the hashtags Penn Grad Talks, Penn SAS, Sam Apple Sam, and SASCOV. Please feel free to help yourselves to the food that you've seen in the foyer at the conclusion of each category. Food is not permitted in the auditorium itself. And those of you online, you have to fend for yourselves. Finally, Penn Grad Talks is the result of a collaboration between the Graduate Division of the School of Arts and Sciences, the College of Liberal and Professional Studies, the school's Advancement Office, and graduate student representatives of SASCOV and LPSCOV. The program and prizes are funded by the Office of the Dean. So we have a lot of people to thank for making this event happen. And now I'm turning things over to my colleague, Nora Lewis, Vice Dean for Liberal and Professional Education, who will kick off our first session.
Thank you, Beth. It is truly a pleasure to be here with all of you in person and via our live stream for the Professional Master Session of Penn Grad Talks. I'm here to introduce the students who will be presenting today on behalf of the College of Liberal and Professional Studies, better known as LPS. LPS is the Ivy League's oldest lifelong learning program, offering ambitious students opportunities to develop the skills they need to thrive in a changing global society. LPS represents the curiosity and creativity that underpin the fundamental spirit of this great research and teaching university. LPS also has a strong tradition of innovation and trailblazing, and today's presenters continue in this tradition, using both their academic pursuits and professional experience to present fresh ideas. Here are our 5 presenters. Athira Das of Organizational Dynamics will deliver a talk called AI Integration in Organizations, the question to ask before you adopt AI. Anushka Kumar of Behavioral and Decision Sciences will tell us about Science on a Student Budget, how I ran a $10,000 behavioral demand validation experiment for $25 using AI. Natalie Sabiston of Environmental Studies will discuss Signals from the Hive, what honeybee hygiene teaches us about wildlife resilience. Nabila Safitri of Environmental Studies examines how being a good neighbor can drive environmentalism. And finally, Cam Watts of Public Administration addresses my primary concern, a cognitive argument for reforming primary elections. Since this event is a competition, we also have 3 judges here with us today who will be selecting one of these speakers as the winner. They are Leo Tidmarsh, a graduate student in, you can raise your hand so we can see you, in comparative literature and literary theory, Greg Ridgway, Rebecca W. Bushnell, professor of criminology, and Catherine Unger Bailey, director of university and community engagement, Penn Climate. They will make their selections based on content and presentation, as well as on how well each presenter does at making their work accessible and engaging to people who are not specialists in their field. You, the audience, will also be able to cast your own vote for the Audience Choice Award by scanning the QR code that will appear on the screen at the end. Please note you can only vote once per category. The speaker getting the most votes across all 4 categories will win the $500 prize. The winners in each category will be announced at the award reception at 4:30 this afternoon at the White Dog Cafe just down the street. I invite you all to come to celebrate all of our finalists and our winners. Lastly, as Beth said, if you're posting on social media about today's lectures, and we hope you will, please don't forget to use the hashtags Penn Grad Talks, Penn SAS, and SaskGov. And now, please join me in welcoming our speakers. Enjoy the talks.
9 months ago, I became mom to a beautiful baby girl, and she loves books. If you hand her a toy and a book, she'll probably pick the book. And it made me really happy because I like telling stories. So I thought I can write a bunch of stories for her that is inspired from my childhood and the stories that my grandmother told me. I wrote the first one. It's called Little Miss Mischievous Shares Unniyappam. Unniyappam is a sweet snack you will typically find in the southern part of India. After writing the story, I shared it with my husband. He encouraged me to use AI to visualize the story. I tried Google's Nano Banana, the image model, to create some images, and it looked pretty good. So I thought I can convert the story to a picture book and print it and give it to her. I don't have to wait for her to grow up to understand what I wrote. I was really excited. This is going to be my first AI project for my baby. But for some reason, I could not start. I was having all these thoughts in my mind that if I use AI for this project, This is not going to be my story. And I'm going to become a bad storyteller. And above all, this is going to ruin the connection between me and my baby. And this is not the first time I'm using AI for a project. I use it almost every day for work and other things. But for this particular project, which is very close to my heart, I was hesitant. I tried to find the belief that is triggering all these thoughts in my mind. Inauthentic was the word that was echoing in my ears. I'm being an inauthentic mother to my daughter. There was a lot of anxiety and resistance. And I think the resistance I felt in my living room is not very different from what is felt by thousands of employees in organizations that are adapting AI. So, why do people resist AI? Every human being has 3 basic needs to be met at the workplace: need for autonomy, competence, and relatedness. And AI threatens all 3. If AI is going to take all the decision, then I feel powerless. If AI is going to do my job better than me, then I feel useless. And if AI is going to replace all my colleagues with a bunch of chatbots, then I feel alone. So the resistance is expected and is normal. You can see that in the data. AI projects are 2 times harder to implement compared to traditional IT projects, and almost half of them don't even go beyond the proof of concept stage. Many organizations who have adopted AI successfully are now hiring humans back to the system. And the problem is not bad technology. I think AI is really good in what it does, and it's getting better every day. The problem is wrong focus. Research shows that 70% of the focus for AI adoption work should go to people and process, and yet leaders are treating it as a technical change. So, what is a technical change? Technical change is a type of change where your end goal or solution is pretty well defined, and the steps to reach that goal is also well established. An expert with the right training just need to come and execute that. It's like changing the tire of a car. But there's another type of change called adaptive change that requires people to change their beliefs and identity. To understand this, think about a person who has this weird fear that they're going to meet with an accident if they ever drive a car. If you have to make this person drive a car, well, there is a technical component to it, like he has to learn to drive the car. But the most challenging part will be to change the fear that I am not safe. If you don't address that, he is going to resist. And that is the biggest mistake leaders are making today, that meeting adaptive problems with technical solutions. So, how do we remove this resistance? Well, I can share what I did with my little project. Remember the big assumption that was stopping me from adopting AI for the project, that I am an inauthentic mother? I decided to test that in the real world. What I did was I created more and more images using AI, and I became very comfortable looking at those images on the screen. I made sure that the prompts that I used to generate those images reflected my ideas and my thoughts. How the characters look, how the characters are placed in the scene, the background, everything was my childhood memory. I converted these images slowly to an e-book, a digital book, and I started sharing it with people. Obviously, I started with safe people like my husband who will not be critical. And then I expanded the audience, shared it with our nanny, friends, family. I also shared it in a Penn classroom. And I started collecting data to show whether my big assumption is true or not. And I did not find any data to show the big assumption is true, and I found plenty to show it's probably not true. At the same time, I also tried to find the opposite of my big belief, that is, I am an authentic mother, data to prove that the opposite of my belief is true. And I did not limit myself to just this project, but I collected data from all areas of my life, and I got plenty of evidence to show that probably that belief is true, that I am an authentic mother. And what I noticed is that my big assumption became smaller. The method I explained over here is actually adapted from Dr. Robert Keegan's Immunity to Change and Narrative Coaching. With this method, I was able to publish or print the book for my baby, and she enjoys it now. This particular method by Robert Keegan can be used to change beliefs that people held for like lifelong and to change or remove the resistance for change. This can be applied with individuals and teams. When you're working with teams, you typically work with the collective belief of the team. And I think this method should be used for AI adoption, especially in the beginning, and especially if there is resistance. Because remember, AI adoption is not a technology problem, but a people problem. So next time, when you're planning to adopt AI, and if your team is resisting, before you invest in anything else, maybe ask this question to your team. When we adopt AI, what are we scared of losing about ourselves? Thank you.
Awesome. So, a cognitive psychologist, Amos Tversky, once said that some study artificial intelligence, I study natural stupidity. Well, I study both because I'm doing human AI interaction research projects with Google and at Wharton with Professor Ethan Mollick's lab. But the study that I want to show you, it happened last year. It's called Science on a Student Budget, How I Ran a $10,000 Behavioral Experiment for $25 using AI. And I did it with Ernst & Young's EY Consulting Head of Behavioral Science. Yes, even EY has a head of behavioral science. So here's what happened, because it's a massive cost reduction from like 10,000 to 25. So first of all, the problem, McKinsey predicts a shortage of 100,000 financial advisors in the next 10 years. To contextualize that number, imagine a mid-sized city of people whose job is to ask you if you consider diversifying. So for this, EY's clients wanted to know, how do we bridge this gap? Should we invest in human advisor, AI advisor, hybrid financial advisor? And while AI advisor has the lowest cost and the best profitability, is there demand for it? Okay, so McKinsey also had survey data saying that customers prefer human advisors, but people also say that they prefer to gym regularly and like eat healthy daily. And let's be honest, we've seen most people's diets and gym attendance. So the problem with surveys is that they capture stated preferences, which is what people say they will do. But to validate demand, we needed revealed preferences, which is what people actually do. And the best way to get that is via an experiment or an A/B test. Okay, great. Let's run a behavioral experiment to compare demand between these three different types of financial advisors. But there is a problem. Your social science brain hears experiments and it's like, yes, experiments, conditions, random assignment, but then there's a budget constraint and it's really sad. But I really wanted to make this work. So around that time, AI prototyping or vibe coding was getting pretty popular. It costs like $25 for a month. And in that, you prompt AI to build something and it builds that for you really, really fast, and the quality is surprisingly good. So I thought that people are already vibe coding landing pages, websites, and apps, but could you vibe code experiments as well? Because what is an experiment? What are the conditions? What's the criteria? Criteria one is different conditions or independent variables. So I made 3 landing pages for the human financial advisor, hybrid financial advisor, and the AI advisor. And you'll see a join the waitlist button here, which was my dependent variable. Yeah, to measure demand, that's our proxy for demand. And once you clicked on join the waitlist, you were also shown an option to pre-commit $10 in exchange for early access and a discount. Now, we couldn't actually collect $10 because it turns out in finance it's illegal to take money without the product being developed. So we just had to measure button clicks on this button as a proxy for willingness to pay. Okay, we have the independent variable and the dependent variable. And the third thing for an experiment is random user assignment. I was really surprised that I could vibe code these landing pages. I could prompt AI to just show people that pre-commit $10 button and give your email button. And then you can also vibe code random assignment logic into it. That is wild. So my output was a spreadsheet like this, which had the condition, human-AI hybrid. And then it had whether someone gave their email or not, and then whether someone pre-committed $10 or not. So this is how I went about designing the experiment, and it only took $25, really surprising to me. So the vibe-coded experiment and the cost reduction from $10,000 to $25, which is like 99%, that was appreciated by directors of user research and product at Google and partners at McKinsey, which was surprising to me because I thought these people have all the resources. Like, how have they not thought of it? And this also helped me get my research position at Professor Ethan Mollick's lab, a summer research internship in user research in tech. So while this experiment only cost like $25, I guess it's had a pretty good ROI. So here's the takeaway that I want to leave you with. There's a smaller takeaway and a bigger takeaway. The smaller one is that you can design and deploy an industry-grade experiment for $25 if you're resourceful or desperate, but I'm calling it resourceful on the resume. And there's a bigger takeaway. So my manager at EY, head of behavioral science, said that the biggest barrier to innovation in business is the belief that this is how we've always done things and it has worked well enough, so we don't really feel the need to try a new solution. But the problem is, if everyone thought like that, there would have never been any innovation. And I was really confused why these people at McKinsey and Google had never thought of vibe coding experiments, and then I realized why. They had never faced that budget constraint, and they had never been put into that situation where they were forced to work with such a low budget. And so maybe my invitation to you is to see your constraints, whether it's in your personal life, in your professional life, whether it's related to time, money, energy, tools. I would urge you to see that not as an obstacle, but as a creative challenge. See it as a design brief, an opportunity for innovation, because who knows, you might come up with solutions that you had no idea were possible, or solutions that you had no idea you were capable of. And who knows, some of those solutions might be much better than your initial plan A, because if I had done this the basic way, the way people usually do it, if I had a comfortable budget, I wouldn't have realized that you can do all of this for $25. So yeah, you might come up with solutions that you've never thought of, you didn't know you were capable of, solutions that are much, much better than your original plan A. So turns out maybe studying both artificial intelligence and natural stupidity does have its advantages. Thank you.
June 15th was the second hottest day the summer of 2022 in Greensboro, North Carolina, and I was outside working my first job after graduating from undergrad, honeybee research technician. Clearly, they weren't looking for anybody with any actual prior beekeeping experience, and I promise I did not lie on my resume. But after being thrown into the middle of an apiary, surrounded by rows and rows of honeybee colonies, I quickly went from being completely clueless to basically being a beekeeping pro. But sort of knowing what I was doing didn't make it any less hot outside. Covered head to toe in beekeeping gear, bangs absolutely glued to my forehead, I eventually understood why it is bees get more aggressive the later in summer it gets. I also get angrier the hotter it gets. This was also the day that I got my first bee sting while working this job. Now, I'd been stung by bees before, of course, but this one was different. This one was like a badge of honor, and it had taken weeks for me working this job to finally get this first bee sting, which was something my boss at the time, Phoebe, would not let me hear the end of. After I got my single bee sting, Phoebe informed me that on her first day of working as a beekeeper, she got stung 80 times. I can't imagine. She told me that her boss didn't tell her what to wear during her first day, so she showed up wearing black leggings. And if you don't know, you're not supposed to wear darker colored clothing while out working with bees because it reminds them of their predators, such as bears and skunks. But the real problem with this is that when one bee stings something, it sends out an alarm pheromone that tells all the other bees in the hive to come attack this threat, to defend their home, meaning that one sting can quickly turn into many. So poor Phoebe went home that day with 80 bee stings. She used to say that this alarm pheromone smelled like bananas. She said this with a great fondness, and honestly don't feel too bad for her about the 80 bee stings, because while we were out together working with the bees, she often wore shorts. Some of you may have heard of this dance that honeybees do to tell each other how far away food is from the hive, called the waggle dance. But this waggle dance and the banana-scented alarm pheromone are just two examples of signals honeybees are constantly sending each other throughout the hive. We studied another one of these signals while I was working as a honeybee technician. This specific one protects brood. Honeybee brood refers to these waxy cells here. These cells can contain eggs, larvae, or pupa. The white sections here are the larval stage. And once honeybees reach the pupal stage, worker bees go and cap the cell with wax, and the bee continues to grow underneath. Eventually, a fully grown bee bursts out of the wax. These developing bees have been the target to one of the biggest threats to honeybee colonies, the Varroa destructor mite. This kind of reminds me of a Marvel supervillain. Sorry, I'm a nerd. But it really is just as destructive as it sounds. This Varroa mite is able to enter these waxy cells as the worker bees go to cap them at the pupal stage. They enter the cell, they latch onto the developing bees and reproduce as this bee continues to grow. Eventually, the developed bee emerges. The Varroa mite is still attached, continuing to feed on this bee and weaken it, and now it's able to spread viruses throughout the entire hive. Over time, this can completely destroy an entire colony. But honeybees are not completely defenseless against the Varroa mite. Some colonies exhibit what's called Varroa-sensitive hygienic behavior. This behavior is when honeybees within the hive are able to detect when something within the brood cells just isn't quite right. So they detect that something is wrong, they uncap this cell, check on what's inside, and they can either recap the cell if everything seems okay, or they can completely remove the infested brood before the infestation spreads. So how do they know which cells to even investigate in the first place? Infested brood release a specific chemical signal, like a distress call. And when worker bees detect these signals, they exhibit this Varroa-sensitive hygienic behavior, and the infected brood is then removed. I moved on from this job with lots of new skills and many jars of honey. One of the best parts of this job was being able to share this honey with my grandparents. And in case you're wondering, yes, that is Phoebe's gloveless hand right there. This summer also gave me a better understanding of why bees do some of these seemingly crazy things they do, like stinging leggings. They do these things to protect their home, to keep it safe and healthy, and this idea of noticing a problem and proactively addressing it, it extends far beyond a honeybee colony. In many ways, it mirrors how we approach human health. We don't wait for people to reach critical condition before addressing an issue. We monitor things like blood pressure, heart rate, activity, indicators that allow us to detect problems early, and it guides our preventative care. And just like humans and honeybees rely on these early warning signals, wildlife and ecosystems are also sending us signals that can alert us long before an ecosystem is even at risk of collapsing. Defining health within wildlife populations is a complex idea. Wildlife health, when discussed in research, has really only looked at it in the context of disease, simply looking at the number of individuals that are sick or dying. But these visible signals, such as disease or mass mortality events, are really just the tip of the iceberg, when in reality, the health of a natural ecosystem consists of much more. It's shaped by many underlying factors, and when it's reduced to a single measure such as disease, early warning signs are often missed, and population declines are recognized far too late. And then we have climate change, which is exacerbating this issue and introducing multiple overlapping stressors, rising temperatures, shifting seasons, more frequent extreme weather events. They're all altering conditions on which wildlife depend on for survival. Many populations are struggling with warmer winters, for example. These warmer winters can create a better environment for parasites, such as the winter tick. It gives them more time to reproduce and spread in ways that they couldn't before. In the northeastern United States, moose populations this is something that's happening with moose populations in the northeastern United States with the winter tick. At first, nothing super dramatic happens. Populations don't just suddenly collapse. But scientists start to notice these smaller changes, such as patches of hair loss, changes in grooming behavior, bodies looking a little bit too thin than they should. These are still visible indicators, but they occur long before these other major events like population declines or mass mortality events. And so now, scientists better understand the role that parasites play in a changing climate. They can better monitor parasite loads and changing environmental stressors and look at these conditions much more closely. And when we pay attention to these signs, these right here under the surface, we're watching our environment do its own little honeybee waggle dance, telling us that more intense change might be on the way. And just like honeybees respond to their signals, whether it's the waggle dance, the banana-scented alarm pheromone, or the chemical signal given off by varroa-infested brood, we can also listen better to our environment, which would allow us to save time, resources, and provide a better level of protection to our home in the same way that honeybees do for theirs. As our lovely Benjamin Franklin once said, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. This does sound like something that could be a poster in a doctor's office waiting room, or perhaps carved into stone on a prestigious college campus. But it applies just as well to wildlife conservation. By paying closer attention to wildlife health, we can better identify vulnerabilities, anticipate ecological change, and build more resilient ecosystems. The better we listen to the signals around us, the better prepared we will be to protect our own hive. Thank you so much.
If you watch the ABC sitcom Modern Family, in 2014 they released an episode in which Jesse Eisenberg played someone who practiced extreme environmentalism that he came across as passive-aggressive with his neighbor Mitch, here portrayed by Jesse Tyler Ferguson. He ran his house on solar power, and that's good, but he also shamed Mitch for using his air conditioner a little bit too much and for simply watering his lawn. He was being a good person for the earth, but he was not a good neighbor. No matter how much he did for the environment, guilt-tripping neighbors was not going to help his case in saving the earth. Environmentalism is a collective movement. We alone can't save the earth that we all share. So if you want to be a good person that takes care of the environment, it is just as important that you be a good person to others. Last summer, I went back to my home country, Indonesia, to take a look at a farming village that utilizes cow manure to convert into biogas that they can use as cooking fuel. The schematics of it is pretty simple. First, you need cow manure, and then you need a container to put the manure in. The biochemical processes will turn the manure into gas that you can use for cooking. The people are very proud of this program because back then, cow manure was just dumped everywhere in the open, and it can get uncomfortable with the smell. So then the village and the regional government worked together to address this problem. Now, with this biogas program, they can solve the odor issue in the village, as well as giving way for clean energy. The residents can also save up costs because they don't have to buy gas anymore. This village is a success story of a community-driven environmentalism because it takes the support not only from the community itself, but also other stakeholders, such as the government and NGOs. First, when the local government decided to build a biogas program, they took their time talking to the community member about what it was, what are the benefits, and what it took to get the benefits. It's important to make sure the community understands the program well, because it is something that is initially granted by the government, but then the people are the ones making sure the program is running. They're the ones who own the cows, so then they have to take care of the biogas system in order for it to consistently produce biogas. Second off, the program is designed in a way that is simple to implement for the people in the area. It doesn't need all this fancy technology and expertise in biogas. So when the program is proved to be easy to do and gives them multiple benefits, it will be easy to get more people on board. Right now, they already have more than 35 houses using biogas, and it will keep growing. The most critical thing in sustaining this program is keeping everyone committed and motivated until it finally becomes a habit, a part of their daily lives. The village government is doing a good job in convening the neighborhoods for a monthly meeting, kind of like a homeowners association's meeting, where community members get to share their experiences in using biogas and resolve issues together. This builds a sense of togetherness and also motivates other families to participate in the program. Another cool thing that cannot be done without good community relationships is community-scale biogas, where one household has a lot of cows that provide biogas not only for their house, but also for their neighbors. And since the cows are only owned by this one house and the biogas unit is in their backyard, it is most practical that they are the only ones that take care of it, while the other neighbors get to enjoy the biogas for free. As you see, this has the potential for social issues with a free riding problem, which what happens when someone takes the benefit of a collective good without fair contribution. Free riding has proven to cause social conflicts in several case studies, where sustaining an environmental action that should have been a collective effort falls through because only some people do most of the work, risking failure in an environmental action. But that is not the case in the village I visited. I asked the cattle owners if they ever felt burdened by doing all this work that makes biogas that their neighbors can use without doing any of the work. And they told me that it's actually not more work than what they used to do before this biogas program. Because, as it turns out, the cattle tending work they've been doing has been pretty much the same with biogas or without. So working on this does not cost them anything. And since it's not additional work, and since they're on good terms with their neighbors, they're not demanding incentives for providing free gas for their neighbors, even though they could. In return, the neighboring houses collect a monthly maintenance fee that is, as its name suggests, only used for maintenance purposes and not for the cow owner personal income. And they're all fine with it. And that's exactly why this scheme works. There are studies that examine social relations and environmental action. Schmidt stated that community is examined as the focal point for establishing a commitment to environmental sustainability, and therefore community dynamics play a central role in decision-making. So if you want to implement an environmental action in a community, it is most crucial that the community is not only informed, but also actively participates in shaping that action. This is supported by a study by Tilbury and Wortman that hands-on participation empowers a community to take responsibility to address local environmental challenges. In the case of biogas programs in Central Java, Indonesia, the regional government officials expressed that these programs did not work in some locations because the public was not actively engaged. Say, if you're given something for free from the government, you wouldn't say no to it, right? So then you have this thing, but then you don't know what it takes to make sure that this thing gives you the benefits that the government said you would get. Once things get hard, you realize you are not up for the commitment, so then it will be easier to just stop taking care of it and abandon it altogether. What the village government and other stakeholders are trying to do is to instill this sense of ownership of the program in the community, so that when they feel like they own something, they will be more committed in taking care of it. Community-driven environmental action also works when we use local wisdom in its implementation. A study claims that integrating local wisdom with appropriate technology has been proven to increase ecological awareness, strengthen social solidarity, and support equitable distribution of resources. And lastly, why should we all be good neighbors to each other? It's because behavior change is more likely in a cohesive community-based organization than in a divided one. In other words, in a tight-knit community with consistent social interactions, it is easier to influence its members to raise environmental awareness and take collective action. Another study claimed that healthy social relationships create altruism, meaning that the closer you are to your community group, the more selfless you get toward each other. This reduces the free riding problem, meaning that you wouldn't care as much about incentives for the things that you do for your group's benefit compared with if you do it for a group of strangers. However, community action alone wouldn't give as much impact unless amplified by the decision makers. Therefore, in a local setting, cohesiveness in a community is extremely crucial, including the relationship between the people and its leaders. At a larger scale, community cohesiveness can encourage collective action for environmental movements, community-based environmental planning, and reshaping the stigma of climate actions. And to achieve all this, we could start with one simple thing: just be good to your neighbor. Thank you.
All right. Afternoon, everybody. My name's Cam Watts, and I care about primary elections. So did everybody follow the New York City mayoral primary last year? Pretty spicy race. Political newcomer Zoran Mamdani squaring off against former Governor Andrew Cuomo. Probably one of the most publicized and watched races in recent memory. But despite that, still less than a third of registered Democrats in New York actually participated and voted in that primary. But if we bring that closer to home here in Philadelphia in 2023, our last mayoral primary, also pretty contested race, only 27% of registered Democrats voted in that primary as well. And because we're a city dominated by the Democratic Party, only pretty much anybody who runs and wins in the Democratic primary is guaranteed to go on to win the general election. And that meant that about 8% of registered voters in Philadelphia effectively decided the race. That's the 80,000 people who voted for Mayor Cheryl Parker in that primary election. And despite what you think about Mayor Parker, I found that statistic to be pretty concerning. It's also not just in major urban cities in mayoral elections. It's happening all across the country. So in the upcoming congressional races in this year, Cook Political Report estimates that only about 14% of those congressional races will be competitive at all. So for me, I was really curious about who these voters are that are effectively deciding all of our elections, like over 80% of them. So there is a good bit of research on that, and I think Nelson Polsby, who was one of the foremost scholars on the presidential nomination process, summarizes it pretty well here, which is primary voters are better educated, they're better off, better organized, more ideological, more partisan, just generally different than the general electorate. And so if you guys voted in the primary last year, you should probably take a look in the mirror. I probably need to as well. I'm giving this presentation. Anyways, my primary concern is a little bit different, though. I was interested in seeing how primary voters are cognitively different than the general electorate. So in other words, what can political psychology teach us about how primary voters think and how they learn and how they make decisions? And more importantly, how can that help us understand the state of democracy in America today? So one of the first guys, political scientist Philip Converse was one of the first to start thinking about political cognition. And he came up, or his landmark research really helped us understand that educated voters held the most stable and logically consistent belief systems. So he created this concept of constraint. So to be constrained, you hold political beliefs that are all kind of in alignment with each other. So if we take a Democratic voter, if you believe in higher taxes and more welfare, more immigration, unions, if you hold all those beliefs all at the same time, that makes you a constrained voter. And in Converse's opinion, that makes you a better voter. And that might be okay. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Policy is really hard. So maybe the more ideological or more educated among us have a better time understanding the nuanced relationship between policy and how they all work together. And that's probably particularly true in primary elections, where voters are differentiating between candidates who are much more similar to each other, instead of a general electorate, where voters are differentiating between major parties. And while that may seem nice in a room full of highly educated people, there's a lot of research to kind of confront that as well. And newer research that has come up past Converse, I think, goes further to suggest that actually the more ideological, partisan, educated voters, our primary voters, actually are more likely to be stubborn and entrenched in their own belief systems as well. So two researchers, Brandt and Sleegers in 2021, came up with a new model. One that's based on nodes for each belief. So in our brains, we have a node, let's say for Republican, and that's connected to lower taxes and maybe conservatism, an elephant and the color red. But the key insight here, I think, is that the more educated, the more engaged that you become, the more your node is connected, and therefore the harder it is to update that prior belief, that core belief, with any new information. So primary voters are effectively literally entrenching themselves in all of the knowledge that they have. And if you layer this on with a lot of research on motivated reasoning, that really compounds upon itself as well. So motivated reasoning is the cognitive bias, where we accept new information that confirms our belief without really any critique at all. But any new information that conflicts with our prior beliefs, we do pretty much everything we can to dispel and invalidate that. So two of the leading researchers here, Epley and Gilovich, really describe these two standards of can I believe this versus must I believe this? And our primary voters are really asking themselves, must I believe this a lot more often? So there's a lot of research on this, but I don't have a ton of time. So to emphasize this, just recall, a weird conversation you've had with your uncle at Thanksgiving where he thinks the world is a dome and he tries to disprove all of your facts about physics and things. That's motivated reasoning and action. Your uncle might be right though, he could be. But I think what's important is this has a real impact on our politics as well. So we're all probably familiar with the concept of being primaried, or a politician being primaried. And there's some really great research coming out of Johns Hopkins from Hari Han that emphasizes that, or that shows that politicians are shifting their policy agendas to better map to primary voters as well. So the more entrenched our primary voters are, the more entrenched our politics are becoming as well. So what do we do about that? We all moved to Alaska because it's beautiful up there. But it's also the only state that has what we would consider to be the ideal primary party system. So they have top 4 nonpartisan primaries, which gets rid of the party, separate ballots for different parties, puts everyone on one ballot, and then the top 4 vote getters move on to a general election where we have ranked choice voting to ensure that there's no spoiler effect and that the winning candidate has actually earned a majority of support from that entire community. So in 2022, when they actually implemented this, they've seen a ton of great outcomes from that, including increased voter turnout, increased competition, and also more independent candidates running and winning in those elections. So as I kind of come to the conclusion here, I want to take us back to New York. And after losing the primary election, Andrew Cuomo decided to run as a third-party candidate, which effectively created a top 3 primary system in New York for that one election. And so we saw and got to experience what it's like to have a truly competitive election where a lot of tens of thousands of New Yorkers who typically don't have a real choice in a general election got to participate. And so my hope is that we can spread nonpartisan primaries across the country and ultimately help our politics become less polarized and less entrenched. Thank you.
Thank you, Cam. That wraps up our professional masters category. Please remember to scan the QR code on the screen to vote for your audience choice selection. I also want to correct something I said in my opening remarks. The winners of all the categories will be announced at 4:30 here in this auditorium. Then we go to the White Dog to have some fun after that. So everyone is invited to be here for the announcement of the winners, and then we'll travel over to the White Dog for our celebration. Please stay tuned. In a few minutes, our next category, the humanities, will begin, and we hope to see all of you then. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Yeah, come on. Well, there you go. My name is Beth Wenger. I'm Associate Dean for Graduate Studies and Maritza and Josephine Berg Professor of History here in the School of Arts and Sciences. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the Humanities Session of our 10th annual Penn Grad Talks. Yeah. Within fields like English, art history, and music, our humanities graduate students explore the very essence of what it means to be human. Today, you'll be hearing from 5 students in this category. They are Alla Gutnikova of Comparative Literature and Russian and East European Studies. We'll discuss radical tenderness, how poetry and art help you resist when you become a political prisoner at 23. Livia Hoffman of Art and Archaeology of the Mediterranean World will deliver a talk called Reusing and Reconfiguring the Pharaonic Past, Deir El Medina's Greco-Roman Deathscape. Echezona Chukwu Nduka of Music takes on the topic African Pianism in the United States. Who's listening? Carla Ochoa Verdicchia of Art History examines From Private Collection to Public Square, How Art Becomes Ours. And finally, Alexandra Kirby Sokolow of Religious Studies will present on Buddhism Behind Bars, Transforming Race, Religion, and Power. Since this event is a competition, we also have 3 judges with us today who will be selecting one of these speakers as a winner. Our judges are somewhere in the back there. There they are. They are Anna Lertzema, a graduate student in anthropology, Phil Ray, professor of biology, and Belda Grunin, distinguished director of the Vagelos program in life sciences and management, and Christina Garcia, senior staff writer in the school's Office of Advancement. Their selections will be made on the basis of content and presentation and how well each presenter does at making their work accessible and engaging to people who are not specialists in their field. You'll also be able to cast your own vote for the Audience Choice Award by scanning the QR code on the screen. Please note that you can only vote once per category. The speaker getting the most votes across the 4 categories today will win the $500 prize. The winners in each category will be announced at 4:30 p.m. in this auditorium, followed by a reception just down the street at the White Dog Cafe right after that. I also invite you all to come to that reception to celebrate with our finalists and winners. And remember, if you are posting on social media, and we hope you will, about today's lectures, please use the hashtags Penn Grad Talks, Penn SAS, and SaskUp. And now, please join me in welcoming our humanities speakers.
Imagine this. You are 23 years old. This is your senior year of college. In a couple of months, you have to submit your thesis. It is spring, you're in love. Soon, it will be your birthday. And then, one morning, at 6 a.m., you wake up to a loud knocking on the door. You're still very sleepy, wearing your floral pajamas, but you open the door. There are 5 men wearing back balaclavas, bulletproof vests, and carrying guns. This is how you become a political prisoner in Russia. In 2021, it happened to me. I was cultural studies major, and I was an editor of a student magazine, Doxa. After Vladimir Putin's main opponent, Alexei Navalny, was arrested, 3 other students and I recorded a short video in support of freedom of assembly. The video ended up with words, "The authorities have declared war against the youth, but we are the youth and we gonna win." For this short video, we were charged with involving minors in life-threatening acts. Under this article, we could get up to 3 years in prison. We were placed under house arrest with monitoring ankle bracelets on our legs. We were prohibited from talking to each other, using the internet, and leaving our apartments, except for interrogations or short walks in the morning. And this is how our Kafkaesque trial began. If authorities have taken everything from you, your freedom, your mental health, how do you resist? If you do not have anything left, if your love doesn't belong to you anymore, if you live under constant fear and pressure, how do you resist? I was so traumatized, I would fall asleep in the middle of conversations. Once, persecutor told me, "Now this trial is a new meaning of your life." I was desperate to prove him wrong. I only had my gift that they could not take away from me. I was a poet. So my little pink notebook under the table in investigative committee was my weapon, but this little pink notebook would totally change power dynamics. You think that you're interrogating me? No, actually I am interrogating you. I am witnessing, I'm writing my poem, and you are just a character in my poem. Another thing that they could not take away from us were our bodies, and we started to use them in performative ways. Here we are dressed up in school uniform to show that we should be finishing our degrees instead of this trial. And here we are dressed up as animals to show this is zoo or circus and we are in captivity. We are wearing t-shirts in support of another political prisoner from the same university, even younger than us. And here we are wearing rainbow colors for queer rights. We would also start decorating our monitoring ankle bracelets to use this power and turn their weapon of surveillance into our statement. We made this flash mob asking our support group to come wearing DIY ankle bracelets to show that anyone in Russia can become a political prisoner. And we were also using our words. We would recite poetry in courts, and we would ask our support group to send us most ridiculous words, so we would insert them into our court speeches to show the absurdity of the process. Our process would go on for a year. They tried to prove us guilty for absolutely no evidence. Here, there's their argument. They tried, through thorough expertise, show that I am identical to myself. And there is our argument. Slavoj Žižek made a statement in defense of doxa, and we made prosecutor and judge watch Žižek's monologue in courtroom for 15 minutes. And then Russia invaded Ukraine. We were still under house arrest, and we continued using performative methods to show our resistance. We would wear colors of Ukrainian flag and funeral attire to the courtroom. And after a year, the day of final verdict arrived. For that, we had to give our final court statements, also known as last words, that would become a separate genre in Russia. Here are a couple of collections of last words and even a theater show. I had to write my last word under war censorship. Under that, you could get up to 15 years in prison for speaking up. Yet I decided to make it an anti-war statement, but in Aesopian, highly metaphorical language. And because it was so metaphorical and poetic, it had become well-known and widely translated. On the day of the verdict, a miracle happened. We got extremely lucky and got 2 years of corrective labor. No prison. They took off our ankle bracelets and we managed to leave the country. To this day, we do not know why they let us go. One of the possible reasons is that we had incredible amount of support both within Russia and internationally. Think of Zizek being our witness of defense. Do you know what is this number? 1,200. This is the number of political prisoners in Russia right now, and most of them do not have that amount of support or visibility. Let me use the remaining time to speak for 3 political prisoners in Russia right now. This is Zarema Musaeva. She got 4 years in prison simply for being a mother of Chechen oppositional activists. She suffers from severe diabetes. This is Valeria Zotova. She got 6 years in prison for a failed attempt to set fire to a military building. She was 19 years old when she was arrested. This is Polina Yevtushenko. She got 14 years in prison for anti-war conversations and posts. She has a 7-year-old daughter. No one should face injustice alone. You could use the QR code to write a letter to political prisoner. The letters would be translated and sent to them, and you would show that they're not forgotten. This is an extremely important gesture of support and solidarity. Sometimes there are times where we are completely desperate, but even in darkest times, there's always a spark of hope. I want to end with a story that happened to me on the first day of my arrest when I was sitting in police van reading Jacques Derrida for my thesis, not knowing what's going to happen next, being absolutely terrified. And I always say, this is a real story, this is a documentary poem, because otherwise no one would believe me. A short story to make people cry. When they were taking me for interrogation after the raid, in an unmarked white van, one of the guards gently turned his phone to me and typed 4 words: Russia will be free. I know that one day Russia and all political prisoners will be free. Thank you.
For the people of Greco-Roman Egypt, the pharaonic past was always and ever present. Rather than something to be evaded or avoided, it was a heritage actively engaged with and built upon. In recent decades, scholars have turned to funerary culture to better understand how Greco-Roman Egyptians negotiated this pharaonic lineage. They are often guided by the question, how did engagement with the pharaonic past manifest in the material culture of Greco-Roman funerary life? The line of inquiry has generated valuable insight into how people of this period utilized funerary artifacts to both reference and reframe their cultural legacy. Yet since these objects often are abstracted from their broader contexts, this perspective remains partial. To begin to see more then, we must ask a different, though related question. Where did engagement with the pharaonic past manifest within Greco-Roman funerary landscapes? For us to respond to this question, we need to shift away from decontextualized objects and instead towards forms of engagement within and throughout funereal spaces. And today we will attempt this maneuver by exploring a case study, the Greco-Roman deathscape of Deir el-Medina. So, located on the west bank of the Nile, opposite ancient Thebes, or modern-day Luxor, Deir el-Medina was established in the early New Kingdom as a planned settlement for the artisans charged with constructing and decorating royal tombs in the surrounding cliffs. Over time, as the community expanded, so too did its funerary landscape, with cemeteries developing first to the north and west of the village, and then later on to the east. The site thus evolved into what we might call a deathscape, a terrain wherein the living existed alongside the dead, who were neither out of sight nor out of mind. By the end of the New Kingdom, however, with political instability plaguing the area, the site was abandoned, and for centuries it remained largely inactive. But beginning in the Ptolemaic period and continuing on into the Roman and Coptic eras, the site was reoccupied. And it's in this Greco-Roman phase of Egyptian history, spanning roughly from 332 BCE to 642 CE, that we see Deir el-Medina's deathscape transform, both into a medium for and product of renewed engagement with the pharaonic past. To visualize this development, I turned to archival material. Combing through the excavation reports published by the IFAO, the institute with concession of the site, I compiled a data set of locations where documented engagement with Deir el-Medina's pharaonic legacy took place. To be included, a location had to be a clearly delineated space of pharaonic origin, and also required archaeological evidence of Greco-Roman activity which engaged the space's earlier character or function. Now, all of this, for me, had to be substantiated within the excavation reports, so any ambiguous or alluded to cases were thus excluded. In total, 71 locations met these criteria, which were then georeferenced and mapped through ArcGIS. When we look at the overall distribution, one thing becomes immediately clear. Engagement with the pharaonic past is everywhere. Though, as you can see, it's somewhat less concentrated within the village and its northern sector, this phenomenon permeates throughout the landscape in a very variegated and widespread manner. If we symbolize this layer of locations by their periods of activity, we then see the temporal character of this distribution emerge. We can actually then break this down even further to really see how this arrangement develops over time. So in the Ptolemaic period, encounters with the landscape's pharaonic legacy are relatively limited. We really just see it with 9 locations, and they're concentrated primarily in the Western Cemetery. But by the Roman period, we see the number of locations increase to 32. While the Western Cemetery continues as a primary locus of engagement, we see the Eastern Cemetery start becoming a hotspot, and activity even extends, as accessed by the one example, into the village center. Now, activities in these areas only increased and intensified in the Coptic period, where we have 46 locations noted. Several of these spaces are ones with Ptolemaic and/or Roman occupation already. So this indicates that people of this time already were gravitating towards established areas of engagement. But also we see a clear new concentration of activity within the Eastern Cemetery, specifically in the area of the south to the temple. This area was transformed into a monastery at this time, and the complex, with its changed character and aggregation of activities, reveals how shifting religious conditions helped to determine where connections with the pharaonic past were sought out and forged. So, if we trace this chronological development, we see a clear trajectory, from limited and scattered encounters to ones that are increasingly expansive, dense, and repeated. So then, engagement seems to, over time, embed itself throughout the site's deathscape, thereby coming to be integrated into everyday life. We can perhaps see this most clearly by looking at the types of activities constituting these patterns of interaction. If we set aside any mixed or indeterminate cases, we can identify 2 main modes of activity, funerary and domestic. Now, the former involves the reuse of pharaonic mortuary structures for new burials. And indeed, we see that at Deir el-Medina, as evidenced, individuals increasingly and oftentimes chose to be interred alongside earlier occupants. As the dominant mode, this pattern points to how burial activities became a means of establishing both continuity with and participation in the inherited funerary landscape. Yet we do see that multiple locations throughout the site reflect a different mode of engagement. In these locations, pharaonic tombs and mortuary activities are used not for burial, but habitation. These spaces are adapted through structural modifications into dwellings, bringing the living into sustained, everyday proximity with earlier occupants who, in most cases, were actually not removed, but stayed in the very original place that they were buried. These domestically driven engagements, then, are especially significant, as they reveal a progressive erosion of prior boundaries between the living and the dead. And we can actually see, again, how this process unfolds throughout the site over time. So in the Ptolemaic period, we only have 2 instances of domestic activities being attested, to the west and northwest of the central village. In the Roman period, this number rises to 9, and it's distributed across the Western Cemetery, and we see it begin to jump over to the east. In the Coptic period, we now have 14 locations. These are clustering near areas of earlier Roman domestic activities. This increase, first gradual, then exponential, reveals a growing tendency to connect with the deathscape's pharaonic heritage through domestically situated necrotic encounters. What emerges then from our study of Deir el-Medina is a picture of active and sustained engagement with the past. Crucially, this engagement unfolded not only through funerary objects, but also within and throughout landscapes. Shifting our focus to the latter, we find Greco-Roman communities accessed and appropriated the pharaonic legacy that was embedded within their surroundings. and this desire to affiliate with the past thus influenced both where and how activity took place in such inherited landscapes. Now, these dynamics that we've observed here extend beyond Greco-Roman Egypt, and they can even be seen in our own day and age. Such investigations then invite us to reflect on our own relationship to the past, which is not merely preserved, but perpetuated, as it continues to inform and influence the present. And they encourage us to consider how our own surroundings and own environments function in the spaces where the past and present are actively negotiated, much as they were at Deir el-Medina. Thank you.
In the summer of 2017, I played my US debut piano recital in Mays Landing, New Jersey. My program had selected pieces by European composers such as Mozart, Schumann, Schubert, Beethoven, but also classical piano music by Nigerian composers, particularly Christian Onyeji. My choice of repertoire was very deliberate because I wanted to begin with the sort of piano music that people knew and then introduce new piano music. Now, after the concert, during the reception, I had some post-concert conversations, and people talked a lot about the new music I played, and they asked a lot of questions. What was that? Was that jazz? It sounded a little bit jazzy. And I told them, oh, it was African pianism. I said, African pianism, what does that mean? The best answer I could give at the time was, it's like African classical piano music. And I said, oh, African pianism. So since then, I've been thinking about African pianism and what it means, and particularly what it means to be performed right here in the United States. So what exactly is African pianism? Some scholars have written about the twin forces of colonization and missionization on the African continent. So when the colonial administrators were setting up their structures, missionaries were also missionizing, setting up schools and churches. They were teaching European models and music and bringing in musical instruments from Europe. Now, some people who were trained in that tradition at some point began to bring in musical elements from their environments, the melodies, the rhythmic patterns, the sort of harmonic structures that they will find in their music, in their towns and villages, into their own music and composition. So it became a sort of blend. Now, that has become what we call African art music. Now, if African art music is like a tree, African pianism is one of the branches, and we know that a branch has leaves. So African pianism is like a blend. It's a blend of African traditional and popular music idioms with Western European classical paradigms. Now, the Nigerian composer and scholar Akin Yuba coined this term in the 1970s. Before then, in the 1960s, he had been composing music following this tradition. And even before then, his teacher, the Ghanaian scholar J.H. Kwabena Nketia, was also composing in this tradition. So what they would do, they would go into the towns and villages, record music, do some field work, what they called creative ethnomusicology, or what Christian Onyeji would call research composition. They record this music and use elements from the actual music of the people to compose music for piano. So what happens is that the piano begins to speak an African musical language. The piano becomes indigenized, the sort of localization of the instrument, so that it becomes both a European instrument and an African instrument. And in that sort of localization, what you have is a sort of exploration of the rhythmic and percussive qualities of the piano, what the scholar Christian Onyeji will call drumming the piano. But it goes beyond just the percussive qualities of the piano. The piano is also used in this tradition for the sort of melodic purposes, the sort of melodies that you hear in many African cultures. The Nigerian composer Ayo Bankole, in the opening piece, the opening of one of his pieces called A Gun Variation, he has this beautiful melody. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Just a simple melody. But this melody is culturally linked to Yoruba folklore and spirituality. And Yoruba is found in southwestern Nigeria. So that when you play this music on the piano, you're not just playing any melody, but melody that carries a sort of cultural significance. And Akin Yuba, the same scholar, in 1963, composed this piece, Again Lasso, where he wrote music for four drums and piano, 4 Yoruba drums and a piano. So in that instance, you see the composition. The composition, you have on the score, 4 drums, and then the piano is here, and then you have the 4 drums. So this work explores the tonal and percussive qualities of the piano. In this composition, the piano becomes a drum as well, playing alongside other 4 Yoruba drums. So this is the sort of thing that happens in this music, where the piano is localized to become something else, to become another traditional instrument. And what Akinyuba was trying to do was to say that his theory and framework, that African traditional instruments that have melodic and percussive qualities, such as the xylophones, the thumb pianos, and drums and other instruments, that since the piano has that sort of quality, then the piano can be used to express that kind of music. In 1999, Akinyuba, who until his passing was a distinguished professor of Vietnamese musicology at the University of Pittsburgh, hosted a conference on African pianism, inviting scholars from all over the world who gave papers and presentations on African pianism, performed the music, and at the end of the conference, some years later, in 2005, they published 2 volumes, one on the essays on African pianism, and the other were collected compositions on African pianism. Now, before then, there were pockets of performances here and there in the United States, but that conference was a sort of official launching and celebration of African pianism in the United States. So what is my argument? My main argument is that listening to African pianism in the United States and the performance of African pianism in the United States is produced by the politics of space. And in listening in this sense is live listening in concert as opposed to virtual people who are listening online. So my idea of listening, I have 2 ideas of listening. The first one is the sort of structural institutional listening, directly linked to the politics of space, issues of agency, access, publishing, special locations for these performances. And all of these link now directly to live audiences, people who now sit in these spaces to hear the music, people who get to learn the music through master classes and all other important media that they get to access. So the space for this music in the United States are created sometimes by institutions, such as the Oxford University Press, OUP, that published edited volumes on piano music of Africa and the diaspora, containing lots of works on African pianism, and MSR Classics, the recording labels that release music on African pianism. There are also individuals who try to play this music, like William Chapman Yaho, who performed the music across the United States, master classes, giving workshops, training people across the United States. And then you have the actual people who are listening and learning this music. You have people from middle school to high school, and even in colleges. Just last February, I led an African pianism seminar, this performance seminar at New England Conservatory, teaching African pianism and performing the music so that it's accessible to people across all ages right here in the United States. There are also other individuals who are trying to create their own platforms in order to promote this music. For instance, Fred Honoresoke, a composer based in St. Louis, Missouri, who founded St. Louis African Chorus in the 1994, and then began to promote and publish this music and began to record this music as well. So as I conclude, I ask, why is it important? Why should we care? African pianism is important because it involves the relocation of culture, bringing in new cultures in the United States, and also promoting the sort of diverse repertoire and sound world that we hear in classical music, making concert more interesting. So maybe like some of my audiences in 2017 in Mays Landing, New Jersey, who heard Mozart and other pieces and they were more interested in music by the Nigerian composer, maybe it's important to start including and bringing this music in the classical piano music canon. So in 2026 and beyond, as you get a chance to get involved or hear African pianism live in concert or learn any African pianism piece, you're doing a very important work in the propagation of a diverse and richer classical music. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carla Ochoa, and I want to make you a question. How many of you, upon leaving the Penn bookstore or the ICA, have walked past this sculpture and just perceive it as part of the campus landscape? We see it every day, but do we truly recognize it as a vital piece of the University of Pennsylvania art collection? Our campus is, in fact, an outdoor gallery, an ecosystem of public sculpture that do more than just beautify our daily walk. They hold stories that bridge nations, culture, and political transformation. This leads us to a fundamental question. Why and how did a sculpture by a Cuban artist come to be here at Penn? Furthermore, how do commercial galleries, private collecting practice, and context of production shape the cultural value of such a significant piece? In this presentation, I argue that urban public art does more than just enhance the city aesthetic appeal. These pieces transform our streets into landmarks through which we can trace the history of art circulation. Specifically, I want to highlight how private collectors serve as essential intermediaries between artists, private galleries, and institutions. Agustin Cardenas was born in 1927 in Matanzas, a small town in western Cuba, and was a descendant of enslaved people from Senegal and Congo. Since the very beginning of his career, and still working in Havana, Cardenas' work received not more than full acceptance and became part of the second promotion of the Cuban avant-garde. During the 40s and 50s, Havana flourished as a center of art and culture in Latin America. Conversations within academic, artistic circles focused on the intersection of modernity and tradition, and on defining an authentic Cuban cultural identity. In 1956, Cardenas exhibited for the first time in Paris as part of a collective exhibition organized by André Breton at a gallery dedicated to promoting surrealist artists. He shared the opening with his friend, the Cuban poet and painter Fayad Hamid, in May 1956. In the following years, André Breton endorsed the value of Cardenas' work and included him in several exhibitions with top surrealist peers. The presence of a Black Caribbean artist in Paris galleries, and consequently the impact of the work Antillean couple, cannot be understood in isolation from a context of liberation in the Global South, in which international intellectuals sought to identify common elements between modernity and Africanity. Also, thanks to the doors that Wilfredo Lam had already opened, almost in a trending manner in galleries, museums, and in the international circulation of art after the Second World War. It was precisely during this period and embedded with this ecosystem that Agustin Cardenas carved the work in wood Antillean couple in 1957, becoming one of the artist's emblematic works since then, cited by some of the artist's masterpieces and immersed within a Parisian artistic and political ecosystem that questioned the limits of art and featured international voices critical of the Eurocentric system. According to the Penn Archive, the work is part of a donation made by Jeffrey H. Loria, an art dealer and collector, and his wife Sylvia in December of 1997. As part of the acquisition by gift process, the university commissioned a conservation analysis and report of the work from Wilson's Art Conservations, along with an appraisal. It is possible to confirm that at the time of the donation, the work was in the possession of Empire Bronze Foundry, which not only preserved it, but also cast it in the United States. According to Traceable Archive, this foundry was responsible for casting this entire edition of 4 works, as well as an archive proof, which Loria sold to a private collection in that same year. This piece was ultimately brought to auction in Christie's in November 2008. Also, in 1997, the work was displayed by Loria at the Art Show, an annual dealer event in New York, and 3 years later, he sold the 3rd edition to a private collector. This same cast was sold at Christie's for almost $500,000 in 2018. In summary, by tracking Antillean couples through auctions, we can identify Loria as the principal art dealer behind the promotion, sale, and casting of this work in the United States. In these ways, his role transcends that of a collector and becomes that of a key agent who manages the distribution and helps secure the work recognition within the United States ecosystem. Galleries operate not merely as commercial venues, but as epistemic nodes for the circulation of art, narrative, and knowledge. Tracing Cardenas' trajectory illuminates the space available for artists from Caribbean during the 50s and 60s, a moment when discussion of post-colonial identity took place not only in peripheral contexts, but in legitimized centers like Paris and New York. The inclusion of this sculpture at the University of Pennsylvania collection underscores its enduring value. The work's significance accumulates across its successive editions, creating an aura that circulates among all casts regardless of their location. Sculpture's reproductive nature in limited edition enables this accumulative transference. When one of the editions is showcased at the Pompidou Museum in Paris or sold at Sotheby's, the visibility and market validation increase the value of all casts simultaneously, no matter where they are. It is possible to trace this network of price and awareness increases through auction records, exhibition, catalogs, and institutional acquisition. It is precisely within this network that the role of private art collectors become relevant. Loria's collecting practice and the strategic position of this work within the United States were primary factors in its placements in the Philadelphia urban landscape. The interconnection between private and institutional collections resides in the capacity to make public and democratically accessible what once belonged to a private entity and was obtained through commercial channels. Additionally, the university's role as an epistemic agent extends beyond acquisition and showcase. The institution does not simply hold the legacy of an artist recognized by his contemporaries as a pivotal figure in sculptural surrealism. What matters is not possession, but the dialogic framework Penn establishes between the sculpture and its audiences, primarily students, who construct and maintain knowledge through the interaction with the work. The University of Pennsylvania, through the conversations and critical engagement it generates around how we exhibit and discuss art through methodologies outside Western canons, participates in the ongoing project of the centering Eurocentric narrative and affirming the importance of including diasporic voices in the articulation of debates about modernism. This sculpture is not just an ornament. It's a statement of transatlantic circulation, identity, and history. On top of that, it's a story of migration, friendship, and community support. Thank you.
So over the last 7 years of researching and writing about Buddhism in US prisons, I've noticed that two common reactions dominate whenever I talk about my work. The first is surprised. Do Buddhists exist in US prisons? Surely there's not enough information or material to write an entire dissertation. The second response is hopeful. Can Buddhism rehabilitate people in prison, helping them calm their anger and become less aggressive? The latter question emerges in conversations with old friends, in the Q&A of a conference talk, and also in studies in the medical, behavioral, and social sciences. As for the first question, this one is easy. Yes, there are Buddhists in US prisons, and while the exact number of Buddhists in US prisons is unknown, at least hundreds and likely thousands of people practice Buddhism in prisons all across the US, including in maximum security, minimum security, and medical prisons. Within the last 3 decades, non-incarcerated Buddhist leaders and lay teachers have regularly ministered to people in prisons in at least 44 states. Meanwhile, incarcerated people across the country also form their own Buddhist temples, study groups, and meditation groups. In 2003, the Prison Dharma Network founder, Fleet Mall, described how at the turn of the 21st century, there were at least 150 groups in US prisons and jails that were supported by outside Buddhist volunteers and many other groups without this external support. In many cases, these groups include dozens of participants. As for the second question, many Buddhist leaders who teach in US prisons celebrate the success of their programs by answering this question in the affirmative, often asserting that Buddhist practices and teachings benefit incarcerated people and thus society by teaching them to let go of one presumably negative self and to embrace a new, better one, even resulting in reduced recidivism rates. As they promote this reformist narrative, they also praise their incarcerated students as rare individuals who have undergone remarkable transformations from so-called angry prisoners into calm and compassionate Buddhas, who have not only risen out of what one program leader called a worthless existence, but also serve as models for others who retain this supposedly lowly state. Buddhist leader Hogen Fujimoto stresses this point when he refers to Buddhists in prison as rare lotus blossoms that emerge from the mud of the three poisons of greed, anger, and delusion through sincere and individual will alone. For the sake of time, I'm going to skip a couple of slides. But this narrative is not only repeated among Buddhist leaders, including in manuals for Buddhist practice in U.S. prisons, such as Kobe Scott Whitney's Sitting Inside, but also in news outlets, in documentaries like the Dhamma Brothers, and by celebrities, including Oprah, as well as in studies in criminology, public health, and psychology, all of which amplify these discourses, circulating them around the world. Yet the reformist narrative is not the entire story. Despite its popularity, both responses to the topic of Buddhism in US prisons rely on and reinforce an assumed dichotomy between the figure of the prisoner and the figure of the Buddhist. The prisoner is supposedly angry, violent, and dangerous, whereas the Buddhist is peaceful, generous, and safe. The prisoner, supposedly, exists behind bars and must be introduced to Buddhism by the Buddhist, who compassionately brings the teachings in from the outside world. The Buddhist prisoner, thus, must either not exist or be an exceptional, peaceful, and reformed individual. Yet the dominance of this reformist narrative obscures a lot about Buddhism in US prisons, including the diversity of Buddhism, the structural violence of the US carceral state, and the ways people in prisons create Buddhism collectively and in community. Firstly, this reformist narrative reduces the diversity within Buddhism to its capacity as a tool for behavioral change and individual reform. As I argue in my dissertation, but for the sake of time, will not discuss in detail today, these narratives, which rely on prevailing American stereotypes about Buddhism as intrinsically peaceful, not only set up a dichotomy between the figures of the criminal and the Buddhist, but also often gain popularity through racializing assumptions embedded in each category, including racializing incarcerated Buddhists as the orientalized figure Jane Uemura calls the Oriental monk icon. Yet Buddhism is a multifaceted tradition, made and remade across time and space as people with different backgrounds and different social positions and different agendas interact. In the US today, the most popular understanding of Buddhism is Buddhist modernism, which has been shaped by classical Buddhist texts and concepts as much as by European Enlightenment ideals of individualism, introspection, and the notion of a rational agent of human subject. This is a Buddhism that has been co-created by, for example, white Orientalists in the 19th century, Japanese Buddhist migrants at the turn of the 20th century who were refusing Christian proselytization, and people of all different ethnic and racial identities today. The second thing that this discourse misses, though, is that these dominant narratives represent incarcerated people as transformable objects rather than the co-creators of their traditions that they are, concealing the richness of their stories about making Buddhist material culture, ritual space, and community inside. For example, incarcerated Buddhists in the US create Buddhism by fighting legal battles for the right to form meditation groups and perform rituals, making incense out of deodorant and parchment paper when it's banned, and designing and physically constructing a pagoda on the prison's grounds, as you can see in the last photo on this slide. The reformist narrative, moreover, focuses on individuals, failing to capture how incarcerated people engage in Buddhism making collectively, forming intimate relationships and supportive communities in the process, and disrupting carceral logics, including those of isolation, hypermasculinity, and a culture of anxiety. Third, these repeated calls for personal transformation do not reflect the nuance with which Buddhists in prison write about the violence of incarceration. Even incarcerated Buddhists like Jarvis J. Masters, who describes Buddhism as a way of finding freedom inside, also rejoices in others' releases from physical prisons of the US carceral state and fights for his own physical prison. Like Masters, incarcerated Buddhists across the US also seek freedom from the medical neglect that characterizes life inside, the racial injustice that conditions millions of arrests and convictions, and the criminal label that follows those lucky enough to be released into the outside world. So, what can be done? Sorry. For one, we can follow the lead of incarcerated people and pay attention to their stories. To be clear, as fellow members of a society in which such carceral scripts of reform and rehabilitation were foundational to the earliest prisons, incarcerated people too draw on these narratives. Yet their stories are never just reformist narratives. My point is that if transformation is the primary lens through which non-incarcerated people understand Buddhism and Buddhists in prison, then we risk reducing complex people to transformable objects, to flattening the diversity within not only prison Buddhism, but American Buddhism and Buddhism period, and erasing the possibility of a future in which the prison is not widely accepted as a necessary, natural, and static feature of American society. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. Thank you to all our fabulous presenters. Yes, let's give them a round of applause. That wraps up the humanities category, but please stay at the top of the hour for the social science presentation, and please enjoy the food out in the foyer. Thank you all. Thank you. Good afternoon. All right, give me a little more energy than that. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. There you go. If you're just joining us, I'm Beth Wenger. I'm the Associate Dean for Graduate Studies here in the School of Arts and Sciences. I'm also Maurice and Josephine Berg Professor of History. Welcome to the Social Sciences session of our 10th annual Penn Grad Talks. The social sciences, including economics, sociology, and anthropology, political science, they study human behavior and social interaction in a broad range of contexts, from interpersonal communication to cultural identification to global patterns. Today, you'll hear from 5 students who have made this their specialty. The 5 students are Miranda Cochran of Criminology, who will deliver a talk called Stand Your Ground, How Self-Defense Law Shapes Violence. Saron Dea, who is earning a dual degree at the Lauder Institute, will discuss Shred Lightly, Snowboarding, and New Beginnings. Flavia Mandatori of Criminology takes on the topic The Court Remembers, Prior Victimization, Prior Offending, and Case Outcomes. Donald Moratz of Political Science will discuss the signaling gap, state-owned media, and the strategic management of sentiment during the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Daniel Shapiro, also of Political Science, will present on reimagining small state agency, lessons from Georgia and Armenia. Since this event is a competition, we also have 3 judges with us today who will be selecting one of these speakers as a winner. They are, and they're sitting right back there, hi, Eve Mutua, a graduate student in biology, Aman Husbands, Mitchell J. Bloot, and Margot Crody-Bloot, Presidential Assistant Professor of Biology, and Ev Crunden, staff writer in the school's Office of Advancement. Their selections will be made on the basis of content and presentation, and on how well each presenter does at making their work accessible and engaging to people who are not specialists in their field. You'll also be able to cast your own vote for the Audience Choice Award by scanning the QR code on the screen. Please note that you can only vote once per category, and then the speaker who gets the most votes across the 4 categories will win the $500 prize. The winners in each category will be announced at 4:30 p.m. here in this auditorium, followed by a reception at the White Dog just down the block. And I invite all of you to come celebrate the finalists and winners across the categories we've heard this afternoon. Finally, if you're posting on social media, and we hope you will, please don't forget to use the hashtags Penn Grad Talks, Penn SAS, and SASCO. And now, please join me in welcoming our speakers in the social sciences category.
Hi everyone, I'm Miranda Cochran, and today I will be talking to you about how stand your ground laws shape violence and public safety, and more importantly, how they shape the decisions that people make in everyday moments. I'm sure you've either experienced this or at least seen videos of it online. Road rage incidents. Someone cuts someone off, they honk, they stop the car and step out. In that moment, you have a decision to make. Do you walk away from the confrontation? Or do you stand your ground, even if that means using lethal force? While that decision might feel personal, it's also shaped by the law. Because depending on where you are in the United States, the rules governing this situation are very different. And that's because self-defense law is different in each state. Traditionally, the US had something known as castle doctrine, and this basically means that your home is your safe space. If you felt threatened there, you have no duty to retreat before using deadly force. Some states have since expanded that by removing the duty to retreat in your car or even your workplace. Stand your ground laws take that one step further by removing the duty to retreat entirely. In any place you have a legal right to be. So now we're not just talking about your home. We're talking about any public space. And that's what raises the stakes of these everyday moments. I'm sure you've all seen national headlines such as these. Cases that suddenly bring stand your ground into the spotlight. Many of you may be familiar with the Trayvon Martin case, even if you aren't privy to all of the full legal details. But what many of you may not know is that defendants in these cases use stand your ground as a legal defense. So these laws aren't just abstract. They impact real outcomes in real cases involving real people. So let's see just how many people these laws affect. Here's the US, nothing highlighted yet. States in red are states that have a stand your ground law. That's 30 states, which contains over half of the US population. But it doesn't stop there. States in orange do not have an explicit statute, but courts have essentially deemed that stand your ground laws still apply. And then in yellow, we have states that have expanded castle doctrine in similar ways. So in total, when we take all of these laws, these ideas affect around 85% of our population. And even if you're not in one of these states, we see with those cases that these laws affect national conversations and even expectations about self-defense. Supporters argue that these laws protect the right to self-defense. They say that eliminating hesitation in these critical moments can be dangerous, and it may even deter crime. On the other hand, critics have a much different story. They say that stand your ground laws actually encourage escalation rather than de-escalation. They raise concerns about unnecessary violence and whether these laws are applied unevenly across different groups and situations. So let's actually look at what the raw data says. This graph shows that states that have passed stand your ground laws have higher homicide rates than those that do not have these laws. But the question is, are the stand your ground laws actually causing these higher homicide rates? And my research aims to answer that exact question. I look at how stand your ground laws affect 3 public safety outcomes: homicides, defensive gun use, and firearm purchases. To do that, I compare states before and after they passed these laws to states that did not. So if we look at the results, we see that there are no sharp changes in homicides after implementation of these laws. This essentially means that stand your ground laws are not causing sharp, immediate increases in violence. And when we zoom out to all of my other outcomes, we see that stand your ground laws are causing small effects. But there's a lot of uncertainty around these effects, so we can't exactly rule out that these effects are not caused by mere chance. Nevertheless, what we can rule out is that stand your ground laws are causing large effects to these violent and public safety outcomes. But we can't rule out small effects. So overall, stand your ground laws do not cause large effects on violence or public safety outcomes. But small effects may still be possible. And it's important to note that these effects likely vary across states, because stand your ground laws are just one piece of a much larger system shaping public safety. So even if there are just small effects, these effects happen over millions of interactions every day, just like that road rage incident I talked about earlier. So with these small effects, if we scale it out, they can have very real and sometimes irreversible consequences. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Saren. I'm a first-year MBA student at the Wharton School, and I'm also pursuing a Master's in International Studies at the Lauder Institute. But today we're not going to talk about market capitalization or geopolitical tension. I want to talk about snowboarding. A high achiever's guide to being a beginner, not just at snowboarding, but hopefully at some other things too. Now, if you met me today, you would quickly learn that snowboarding is one of my favorite hobbies. It's something I spend a lot of time doing. And even coming into grad school, the only club that I knew for sure I wanted a leadership position on was the Wharton Ski and Snowboarding Club. And they don't call us the best club on campus for nothing, so. But my story actually starts a couple years ago. So back in 2023, one of my childhood friends, Brooke, decided that she wanted to go on a ski trip to celebrate her 25th birthday. Now, I had learned how to snowboard when I was about 9 or 10 years old, but I had also not been back on a snowboard since I was about 9 or 10. But like any half-decent friend, when my friend wants to go to the mountain, I say okay. And I wish I could tell you that I got back on the snowboard that day after 15 years and killed it and, it felt like no time had passed, but that would be a bold-faced lie. My first day on the mountain was genuinely one of the most miserable days of my life, okay? I cried, I screamed, I threw up a little bit. I might have even met God up there, I'm not joking. So you might be asking yourself, well, why did she keep doing this? And frankly, it's a question I still ask myself a lot. But the other question I kept asking myself was, why did learning how to snowboard again as an adult feel so different than it did when I was a kid? And I don't think this is just true of snowboarding, right? As we get older and we become socialized and, our brains mature, I think the excitement and the enthusiasm that we had for new opportunities often gets replaced with shame and the fear of failure. I think the aversion to unfamiliarity is even more pronounced among high achievers like those of you in this room, right? From a really young age, you live in kind of a positive feedback cycle that recognizes and rewards exceptional talent. So by the time you make it to a place like the University of Pennsylvania as a graduate student, a lot of your identity is rooted in being an expert in something. Well, unless you're one of the consultants coming to Wharton, then you're famously an expert in nothing, but that's neither here nor there. What this describes, though, is what psychologists refer to as a fixed mindset. Oh, sorry. So when you operate under a fixed mindset, right, or you have kind of a more static view on skill acquisition or knowledge development, it's kind of this idea that what you know today is what you'll always know. And when you operate in this kind of mindset and you encounter the combination of unfamiliarity and the fear of failure, especially public failure at that, your brain is not down for that at all, right? Not even a little bit. And I actually first encountered this when I was an undergrad at Stanford. I had gone there, thinking I would study something like political science or philosophy and then go on to be a human rights lawyer. Very quickly, I found myself excited about technology and engineering, and some might say I drank the Silicon Valley Kool-Aid. That's also neither here nor there. But the point is, I encountered what is, kind of the corollary of this, which is a growth mindset, right? And when you operate under a growth mindset, a low baseline is just an opportunity for progress. And that forward progress, in turn, reinforces your willingness and your ability to embrace other new opportunities like that. Learning how to code for the first time at Stanford alongside people who were some of the best engineers in the world was a really discouraging experience at times. And I think what really allowed me to embrace that feeling of being a beginner was adopting this growth mindset. I think if you watch, interviews with athletes or other kind of high-performance individuals, you see them talk about a growth mindset a lot, right? Because their livelihood is contingent on their ability to wake up every day with the conviction that they can be a little bit better than they were yesterday, even when they're the best in the world. An athlete interview that actually stuck out to me recently was from a young lady named Alyssa Liu, who just won the Olympic gold medal in figure skating for Team USA. She's also from the Bay Area, so go Oakland. So Alyssa actually quit the sport. She retired back in like 2022. So competing this year was her first time back on a global stage, right, in a couple years. And in this interview, this woman is asking her, you know, what was it like getting back into this grueling training regimen? Were you exhausted? You know, all these things. And Alyssa responded, I love struggling, actually. It makes me feel alive. And I think this is probably, this sentiment, I think, is one of the most essential embodiments of what a growth mindset really means, right? I think so often we internalize, especially, again, as high achievers, struggle or resistance as, you know, inadequacy or maybe even incompetence, but it really just means you're alive. So I am not an Olympic figure skater. I'm not even an Olympic snowboarder. But I do know a thing or two about, you know, getting through tough times, learning something new. And I want to leave you all with a few practical tips for conquering new challenges. A call to shred, if you will. So first, and this counts, you know, good advice for snowboarding too. So next time you find yourself on the mountain, just take a screenshot. So first, embrace the falls. You are going to fall, point blank, period. There's no way around it. But I think what's more important even than expecting the failure is learning how to fall in love with the process of falling and getting up again. That's the struggle that people like Alyssa talk about. Second, lean forward. Again, if you see people who are learning how to snowboard, they are often tempted to lean back, right? And it makes sense. It's your brain telling your body, hey, let's maybe not tumble down this mountain, right? Not ideal. But as you progress in snowboarding, you learn that you actually gain way more control from leaning forward than you do from leaning back. So similarly, when you are engaging on, you know, your next new endeavor, avoid the temptation to slip back into your comfort zone and into the things that you already know. Lean fully into that unfamiliar terrain. And lastly, keep your eyes on the landing. Again, as a beginner snowboarder, it's very tempting to keep your eyes locked down at your feet. But again, as you progress, what you'll realize is that you have to keep your eyes on where you're going, not where you are now. When you're taking a jump, you have to look at where you're landing, right? Not where you're jumping from. And so similarly, when you are embarking on a new venture, it's very tempting to hyper-focus on where you are now. But what I really want you to do is shed that and keep your eyes on where you want to be. So if you can manage to embrace the fall, lean forward, and keep your eyes on the prize, you'll stick the landing in no time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Flavia, and today I will be presenting my work in the criminal justice system. So picture two defendants walking into the courtroom. They face similar charge, share a similar background, but there's one difference. One of them has been a victim before, the other one has not. That past isn't part of the current case, but will it follow them into the courtroom? Now let's flip the perspective and picture two victims. They reported a similar crime, share similar background, but again, one difference. One of them has been a defendant before, the other one has not. That past is not part of what happened to them, but will it affect the way their cases are resolved? From both perspectives, we see that a similar question emerges. When individuals move from one role to the other, does their experience carry on with them? We often think of victims and defendants as two distinct categories, but in reality, people move between these roles over time. In fact, one of the most widely studied concepts in criminology is that of the victim-offender overlap. That is the idea that those people that are victims of a crime at some point will commit a crime themselves. In fact, one of the most widely studied and most well-known cases where we see this overlap in roles is that of Eileen Wuornos. In fact, before she became a defendant and was eventually convicted on multiple murder charges, Eileen had a documented history of abuse and victimization. But even though we know this overlap occurs, nobody had looked at it within the context of the courts. We tend to assume that each case is judged on its own facts, but if that's true, then prior experiences shouldn't matter. Well, today I will show you that that is not true, that prior experiences do matter. Up until now, we did not have an estimate of how many victims and defendants occupy both roles. And this is where my research comes in. My goal was to estimate the victim-defendant overlap, and I did so with core data from the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office. My preliminary estimates are that about 1 in 6 individuals have appeared as a victim and as a defendant at some point over 15 years. So let that sink in for a second. 1 in 6 people have been on both sides of the courtroom. Now, that is not a small group of people. That equates to tens of thousands of individuals that are transitioning from being a victim to being a defendant, from a defendant to a victim in the justice system. So having established the scale of the overlap, the next question would be, well, why does this matter? This matters because the justice system is based on the core idea that facts are to be judged and cases are to be decided purely based on what happened, not who the person is. But if prior experiences are shaping outcomes, then 2 people can walk into the courtroom with the same case and yet leave with very different outcomes. And that has real consequences. It has consequences for victims, and it has consequences for defendants. If someone's past as a victim leads to less punishment when they're a defendant, yet somebody's past as a defendant leads to weaker cases when they become a victim themselves, then the system isn't just responding to the present case, it is responding to a person's history. And once we see that, the next question is, well, is that fair? So to understand how these prior experiences are affecting present outcomes, I look at 3 main types of case resolutions in the criminal justice system. I look at dismissal, that is when charges are dropped. I look at conviction, that is when a defendant is found guilty. And for those defendants that are found guilty, I look at whether their sentence involves a period of incarceration. To answer my questions, I leverage administrative data from the Philadelphia criminal courts from 2011 to 2025. And I then use regression, which is a method to estimate the probability of an outcome occurring, to assess the impact of having this dual status on case outcomes. So for defendants, I compared those that have a prior history of victimizations to those that do not. And in a separate model for victims, I compared those that have a prior offending history to those that do not. And in both models, I control for factors like defendants' demographics characteristics, as well as case characteristics like seriousness of the charge, because these factors themselves can affect outcomes. So this way I'm able to isolate the effect of prior experiences. So first, let's look at defendants. These bars show predicted probabilities that refer to the likelihood of each outcome occurring while we hold other factors constant. And here we can see that for defendants that have a prior history of victimization in dark blue, their cases are more likely to be dismissed, less likely to result in conviction, less likely to result in incarceration. So overall, this suggests that defendants who have previously been victims tend to receive less punitive outcomes. Now let's flip the perspective and look at victims. Cases where victims have been defendants themselves, in dark green, tend to be dismissed more often. The defendant in those cases are less likely to be convicted, less likely to be incarcerated. So again, here we see that victims with the prior offending, their cases tend to achieve less punitive outcomes, weaker case outcomes. So what does this tell us? It tells us that there is a clear pattern here. Prior experiences matter, but they matter in different ways based on the role that one is occupying at a certain point in time in court. The same individual can be treated more favorably as a defendant if they were a victim before, yet more skeptically as a victim if they were a defendant before. And as a result, individuals with this dual status are not experiencing the system in a consistent way, which raises important questions as to the level of consistency and fairness that we're seeing in the system. So these findings open the door to a set of important follow-up questions. First and foremost, we need to better understand why these prior experiences are shaping current outcomes. Is it due to victims' credibility, maybe? Or prosecutorial discretion? These are questions that I'm actively answering in my research. But my work points to something that we can no longer ignore. It points to the fact that if prior experiences are shaping current outcomes, then consistency is not necessarily guaranteed, and fairness is not automatic. Because if people can be treated differently depending on their prior experiences and the role that they're occupying in core, then this raises the question of whether the system is doing something fairly and if it's doing it right. Thank you so much.
The signaling gap. February 24th, 2022. Russia invades Ukraine. I'm Donald Maratz. I'd like to start with a question. Imagine you lead Kazakhstan. Russia, your treaty ally, your security guarantor, just launched the largest land war in Europe since World War II. Kazakhstan depends on Russia for its security, but nearly half of its trade is with the West. It's caught between two worlds. You can't vote against Russia at the UN. You can't issue a public condemnation. But you need the West to know that you're not on board with this. What do you do? The answer is you use your state media. Not a press conference, not a diplomatic cable, the news coverage itself. And here's the thing, this isn't a new trick. The BBC started systematically monitoring state media in 1939. The predecessor to the CIA followed suit in 1941. For the entire Cold War, Western analysts read Soviet and satellite state media not as journalism, but as political text. Shifts in tone meant shifts in policy. And this isn't slowing down. The US intelligence community made state media monitoring a core part of its strategy just 2 years ago. Now, political science has built a huge literature on state media, and almost all of it is about domestic audiences, how governments control what their own people think. Agenda setting, framing, spin dictators. But the people whose job it is to understand what regimes actually believe, intelligence analysts, have operated on a completely different assumption. They read state media as a signal of what the regime thinks, not just what it wants its people to think. These literatures have been sitting side by side for decades without talking to each other. This research connects them. So, why does this channel work? 3 reasons. First, it's readable. Everyone knows Kazakh media is under government control. So when it shifts against Russia, foreign analysts don't read that as independent journalism. They read it as regime choice. Second, it's costly. Letting your state media go negative on the country that guarantees your security is a real risk. Moscow could notice. That cost is what makes the signal credible. And third, and this is crucial, it's deniable. If Moscow confronts you, there's an institutional off-ramp. The government didn't write the article, the newsroom did. Moscow knows what's going on. But there's nothing formal to retaliate against. That combination, visible enough to be read, costly enough to be believed, but deniable enough to be sustained, is what makes state media the right channel for this kind of communication. So, quick word on the data. We collected 174,000 news articles from 11 countries in Russia's near abroad, 6 months before and 6 months after the invasion. We used GPT-4o to score sentiment towards Russia at the article level, validated against human coding with an F1 of 0.92. Our identification strategy is a regression discontinuity. February 24th is our cutoff, and the sharp, unexpected nature of the full-scale invasion is what makes this work. We compare 3 groups: states with Russian security agreements, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Belarus, Kazakhstan; neutral states, Georgia, Moldova, Kosovo, Serbia; and NATO members, Albania, Hungary, Turkey, as an additional reference. So the first question, does the invasion actually matter? Yes. Across all media, state and independent, sentiment towards Russia drops sharply on February 24th. You can see the clean break at the dashed line. That discontinuity is what makes everything after this interpretable. But the drop wasn't uniform. Independent media, the dark red line here, fell much harder than state media, the orange line. State outlets managed their coverage. That's consistent with strategic control, but that average hides the real story. So what should we expect when we zoom in on Russia's allies versus neutral states? 2 theories make opposite predictions. The domestic propaganda account predicts suppression. If you're allied with Russia, you protect that relationship by keeping negative coverage out of your state media. Russia-aligned states should be the least negative. The signaling account, our account, predicts the opposite. Precisely because these states can't condemn Russia through formal channels, they amplify through an informal one. Russia-aligned states should be the most negative. So which is it? Here's the answer. The blue line is state media and Russia's formal allies. Before the invasion, they're sitting right around 0, neutral coverage. After February 24th, they dropped to the red line. Now look at the green line, state media and neutral states. Before and after the invasion, it barely moves. There's no discontinuity. The states with no alliance constraint had no signaling need, and their media reflects that. But the states that were formally bound to Russia, the ones with the most reason to suppress their negative coverage, according to the propaganda account, produced more of it. That's not propaganda. That's a signal. These regimes couldn't go to the UN, couldn't issue a formal condemnation. So they opened the one channel they could control and let the coverage do the talking. These 4 countries, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Belarus, Kazakhstan, all refused to condemn Russia at the United Nations. None of them issued a public statement of opposition, but their state media told a different story. That gap between what they said formally and what their media said informally, that's the signaling gap. The data matches the signaling prediction. So there's 3 reasons this matters beyond international relations. First, the core insight that actors signal through informal channels when formal ones are constrained isn't unique to formal policy. Anyone who's worked in an organization with a hierarchy knows that when you can't say something publicly, you find other ways to say it. This is a general theory of constrained communication. Second, the theory-practice gap itself is a methodological lesson. Intelligence analysts have been sitting on this insight for 80 years. Political science hadn't formalized it. That gap probably exists in your subfield too. What do practitioners in your area know that we haven't studied yet? Third, the tools now exist to do this at scale. 5 years ago, scoring sentiment across 174,000 articles in multiple languages was a dissertation-length coding project. We did it with 1 model. We started with a question. What do you do when you can't say what you think? The answer, it turns out, is the same one intelligence analysts have known for 80 years. You let your media say it for you. Thank you.
I think we can all agree that in this day and age especially, the news cycle has been pretty crazy. It seems that basically every week there's a new conflict that we have to pay attention to. One thing, incidentally, that unites a lot of these conflicts is the fact that they directly or indirectly have to do in some way with small powers and their foreign policy orientation and changes in it. From Ukraine to the Gulf to Latin America, small powers and their foreign policy are more in the news now and more in the spotlight than ever before. The problem is, though, we, and by we I mean both academics and practitioners, don't really have a great sense of exactly what factors drive small power foreign policy orientation and change in it. Just to give you a sense here are a few different ideas that we can look at, right? So Josep Borrell, a key EU guy on foreign policy, he's talking about how maybe it's regime type. So if you're a democracy, maybe you swing more towards the West. If you're an autocracy, maybe you don't. Or maybe it's identity. Russian President Vladimir Putin here has kind of used the identity argument to talk about how Ukrainians need to work more with Russia. Or maybe it's a common threat. This is a classic one that gets used a lot. The United States requested support from a lot of small powers in the global war on terror, right? So clearly there's a lot of confusion in here. And in this day and age, having confusion when there's so much conflict around it, that's a major problem. And this is the question that I look at in my dissertation. So I essentially ask the question, what factors lead small powers to change their foreign policy orientations? Some quick definitions. I'm not going to run through the whole things here, but basically a small power is a state that recognizes that it can't obtain security primarily by the use of its own capabilities. So it has to rely on other states, and preferably larger ones. Also, when I'm talking about foreign policy orientation or alignment, I'm talking pretty informally here. This spans a wide variety of things. This can be formal alliances, but also just expected cooperation on security or geoeconomic issues in the future. So what's my main claim? Basically, my main claim here is that small powers tend to change their foreign policy alignment based primarily on disappointment in a partner country. And this is typically a partnership that's been inherited from a previous oppositional administration. This is important, and I'll show you why in a second. It's also often combined with increased regime instability and heightened security concerns. All right, how does this work? First of all, it's important to note that realignment is costly, especially for small powers, which rely on other states and often have to deal with some serious security dilemmas. There's also reputational dilemmas involved here as well. So my variables have to be able to balance out these costs. So first of all, disappointment really helps with this. I mean, obviously, if you're disappointed with a partner, period, that means the value of the relationship has gone down. Also, if it's been inherited, you can push off some of the reputational costs onto your predecessors. It wasn't you who built this relationship, right? Also, if you're inheriting a partner from a previous government, there can be a scapegoat effect here. So essentially, a leader can blame a partner country for problems and associate it with their opposition. And finally, we often end up seeing that a security issue will sort of force these issues to the forefront. In my research, I work on a number of different case studies. I do mostly qualitative research, and I run dozens of interviews with policymakers throughout a couple of different regions of the world. One that I work on is the South Caucasus, and two countries specifically, Georgia and Armenia. These are two countries which are located between Russia, Turkey, and Iran. Georgia's traditionally been more pro-Western, whereas Armenia's typically been more pro-Russian. But in recent years, they've changed their foreign policy alignment, and I'll show you some factors as to why. All right, starting with Georgia. As I said, Georgia's typically been much more pro-Western, right? And this has been the case ever since they became independent from the Soviet Union in 1991. They've had to deal with a series of separatist issues. There was a major war in 2008 between Russia and Georgia. And in 2012, we see the current administration that came into place, led by the Georgian Dream Party, by this guy right here in the bottom left, Bidzina Ivanishvili. From the start, they inherited a partnership from the West, from their predecessors. And they didn't really do that much to change it, at least for the first 10 years or so of their administration. But starting in about 2022, things started to change. And basically, Georgia switched from being a staunch Western ally to Ivanishvili actually being sanctioned by the United States, and they backed out of the security partnership with the US. A lot of people were really surprised by this. But if you just look at my variables, I think we can see that it actually wasn't that surprising if we could sort of look at things beforehand. First of all, in 2022, there was a key security shock that happened. Not directly to Georgia, but we understand that it was directed against a country that had a pro-Western orientation at the time, Ukraine, right? So Georgia's worried. These variables are going to matter. Second of all, there was disappointment in an inherited partner. George and Dream had inherited the West as a partner, but the West wasn't that great. We didn't come to George's defense in 2008. There was a lot of perceptions that the West and the EU and NATO were moving really slowly in integrating Georgia into Euro-Atlantic institutions. So they weren't seen as particularly credible. And also, George and Dream itself had concern that there was a rising pro-Western domestic opposition to the government. They'd had some seriously contested elections in 2018, and they actually had to falsify some election results in the 2020s, which led to mass protests. Basically, shifting away from the West, they could place a lot of blame on the West, and they could shift off some blame onto their opposition as well. Moving to Armenia, we see kind of the opposite case, but the same variables at work here. As I mentioned before, Armenia typically had more of a pro-Russian bent. Basically, this was the case, again, since independence. But in 2018, this guy, Nikol Pashinyan, a populist, comes to power in a revolution. He, again, inherits a relationship with Russia, and he kind of sticks to it for the first couple of years or so. But then from 2020 to 2023, things started to change. And it got to the point that Armenia suspended its participation in the Russia-led Collective Security Treaty Organization, and in 2025, they officially declared their intention to join the European Union. Again, this is kind of surprising for a lot of people, but we can see some similar variables here as well. First of all, from 2020 to 2023, neighboring Azerbaijan took over a region that they had been in war with Armenia with for several years. And in that, Russia really didn't do all that much to help Armenia at all, even when Azerbaijan formally attacked Armenian territory itself. Additionally, there was concern about rising Russia-friendly domestic opposition to Pashinyan's government. So again, we can put these together. Russia is an easy target. You can shift off some blame for military defeat and disappointment onto an external partner and associate them with your opposition that's growing in power, therefore discrediting them as well. So that's sort of the way that we can see the shift in this instance. These are just sort of two examples. I work on 4 in my own work. I'm working on Central Asia coming up soon. But I hope you guys can understand the point here. In an era in which so much conflict has to do with small powers, the way they orient, which partner they work with, et cetera, being able to actually understand the factors and impetuses behind this foreign policy and behind change is crucially important. I hope I've answered some of these questions today, and I'm going to continue to do so throughout my dissertation. Thank you, Madlaba, Shohagaluchun.
Thank you, Daniel, and let's give a hand to all of our presenters. Oh, that's okay. Thank you. No theft allowed. So this concludes the social sciences panel. Please stay with us. Join us for the natural sciences panel that begins at the top of the hour. I'll remind you all, 4:30 here, we announce the winners. And we walk over afterwards to the White Dog for a reception for all of our presenters and winners. So please feel free to join us for that. Thank you all. Good afternoon. Okay, come on now. It's a Friday afternoon. Good afternoon. All right. For those just joining us, I'm Beth Wenger. I'm the Associate Dean for Graduate Studies in the School of Arts and Sciences, and also Maurice and Josephine Berg Professor of History. Welcome to the Natural Sciences session of our 10th annual Penn Grad Talks. The natural sciences, including physics, chemistry, biology, earth science, and astronomy, study the physical world and laws that govern it. Its practitioners open up how we understand the world around us, from what grows in the ground to what soars above us in space. Here are our 5 presenters this afternoon. Maxine Cage of Mathematics will deliver a talk called What is Math Good For, Anyways? Lixuan Chan of Linguistics will discuss, can we identify someone's background from just a single word? Munting Fang of Psychology will present on pause, then power, how the brain decides when to work hard. Kritika Jha of Chemistry will discuss Nano Superheroes, who can see the unseen dangers. And Pedro Jimenez Antonucci of Chemistry takes on the topic, From Milk Jugs to Materials, the chemistry of valuable plastic recycling. Since this event is competition, we also have 3 judges with us who will be selecting one of these speakers as the winner. They are, sitting in the back here, James Carr, Professor of Classical Studies, Donald Maratz, graduate student in political science, and Blake Cole, Director of Advancement Communications in the school's Office of Advancement. Their selections will be made on the basis of content and presentation, and on how well each presenter does at making their work accessible and engaging to people who are not specialists in their field. You'll also be able to cast your own vote for the Audience Choice Award by scanning the QR code on the screen. Please note that you can only vote once per category. The speaker getting the most votes across the 4 categories we've heard today will win the $500 prize. The winners in each category will be announced at 4:30 p.m. right here in this auditorium, followed by a reception at the White Dog right down the street, and we hope you'll join us to celebrate all the finalists and the winners. Lastly, if you are posting on social media about today's presentation, and we very much hope you are, don't forget to use the hashtags PennGradTalks, PennSAS, and SaskGov. And now, please join me in welcoming our natural sciences speakers and enjoy their talks.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maxine Cage, and I'm getting my PhD here at Penn in math. And usually when I tell people that, the response that I get is something along the lines of, wow, I really hated math in high school. And I mean, yeah, if your high school was anything like mine, most kids hated math. They found it difficult, boring, worst of all, completely useless. You'd hear things all the time like, oh, I'm just not a math person, or why are we learning this stuff? I'm never gonna use this in real life. And okay, if you press people on it, maybe they'll say that math is good for things like doing your taxes, or balancing a checkbook, calculating the tip, or making and converting measurements. But saying that all there is to math is arithmetic is a bit like saying all there is to music is scales and chords. In my time studying math, I've come to learn that there's a whole universe out there that goes way beyond arithmetic. This universe of math even goes beyond things like calculus or statistics or the other kinds of math that we encounter when learning the sciences. Math encompasses a vast array of concepts that can answer both concrete and abstract questions. My research falls on the abstract side. I study a kind of math called algebraic topology. It's over there. topology is the mathematical study of shapes, both familiar shapes like polygons and cubes, but also strange higher dimensional shapes that are tricky to visualize. Unlike in geometry, topologists don't care about rigid measurements like angle or distance or size. Instead, we say that two shapes are topologically the same if we can get from one to the other by some kind of elastic deformation, things like bending or squishing the shape, stretching it out. What you're not allowed to do are things like tear it into pieces, make holes, cover up holes, or glue parts of the shape together. For example, there's a classic joke amongst mathematicians that a topologist can't tell the difference between a coffee mug and a donut, because you could imagine taking the coffee mug and sort of smoothly deforming it around the handle until you got a donut. The idea of topology is to try to abstract away the superficial features of the shape while still preserving its most essential structure. And you know, the thing that surprised me most while doing my PhD in math is how little what I do now looks like the math that I did in middle and high school classes. In most subjects, you slowly learn how to do the thing it is that professionals do. If you study literature, you read and analyze books. If you're in biology class, you'll do experiments. But so many math classes look so different from actual mathematical thinking. Math research is creative and exploratory, but math class is full of worksheets and formulas and rules. And so people come away from math thinking that, oh, it's just about, following some procedure or being able to do your multiplication tables really quickly and in your head. But, so many people come away thinking that they're not a math person, but I think that a lot of people secretly like math, especially when it doesn't look like math. Humans love figuring things out. We like puzzles and riddles. We love symmetry. We like finding and making patterns. And math, in many ways, is a science of patterns. This characterization of mathematics goes back to the British mathematician G.H. Hardy in the 20th century. He says, "A mathematician, like a painter or a poet, is a maker of patterns. If the mathematician's patterns are more permanent than theirs, it is because they are made with ideas." And so I think, for a lot of mathematicians, this is what math is good for. It gives us a formal language to systematically study these kinds of abstract patterns. But for many students, and maybe for some of you in the audience, this isn't a satisfying answer at all. I mean, who cares? Why care about abstract patterns? And of course, not everyone has to become a mathematician. Not everyone has to care about abstract patterns. But I believe that everyone has something to gain by engaging with mathematical thinking. And I believe, moreover, that everyone deserves the opportunity to do so. And so in my time here at Penn, I've tried to seek out opportunities to share my love of math with other people and my view of it as a creative subject rather than a barrier to opportunity. I'm especially passionate about providing educational access to incarcerated individuals. Data shows that over a quarter of incarcerated or formerly incarcerated people never graduated high school. That's compared to about 9% of the general population. Some prisons offer education programs that students can enroll in and work towards earning their GED or a college degree. And studies have shown that these kinds of education programs are extremely impactful in reducing recidivism rates and saving taxpayer money on incarceration costs. However, access to education in prison is extremely limited. Following the 1994 crime bill, which banned incarcerated individuals from receiving Pell Grants, these programs were severely impacted, going from nearly 1,000 programs operating in the country in the 1990s to just 12 programs in 12 facilities by 2005. Only since July 2023, which is nearly 30 years after the original ban, are incarcerated individuals finally eligible for federal financial aid to help pay for their higher education. In my time here at Penn, I volunteered with different prison education programs, both as an instructor and a tutor for college-accredited math classes. I've worked at Southwood State Prison and Garden State Youth Correctional Facility in New Jersey, as well as SCI Chester, which is just outside of Philly. This semester, together with some other graduate students in the math department, we taught a workshop called Math in the Courtroom at SCI Chester. Over the course of 7 weeks, together with our students, we looked at how math appears in legal contexts, how logical arguments are built, how statistics and probability have been used or misused in the court, and how graphs can be manipulated to tell different stories using the same data. And now the goal of this workshop wasn't to turn anyone into a mathematician. Rather, it was to help our students gain confidence analyzing quantitative information, breaking down complex problems into smaller pieces, and Most importantly, showing them that they can learn math even when it is difficult, unfamiliar, and confusing. When we surveyed the students at the end of the workshop and asked them what was something they had learned, one of them said that you are never too old to learn math, that mathematical ideas and concepts can be applied to almost anything. Teaching inside of prisons has forced me to rethink what math is actually good for, not in the sense of practical applications or in some romantically academic way, but in the sense of what it actually does for people. And so what do I think math is good for? I think math is good for fostering our creative thinking skills and problem-solving skills. It's good for fostering curiosity. And most importantly, math forces you to be uncomfortable and to not understand things. Doing mathematics is extremely humbling. Everyone at some point encounters some math concept that they don't understand and they have to work hard to figure out. When people ask me what doing math research is like, I like to tell them that my job is being confused 80% of the time and wrong the other 20% of the time. There's this quote that I love by a math professor named Courtney Gibbons. She says, "Being good at math is being good at being stuck and thinking, okay, what's the next step?" At its best, math can help us learn to push through and not give up when things get hard. And it can give us compassion for those around us that are struggling to do the same. And I think that at this time in this country, that is something that can be good for all of us. Thank you.
All right, can everyone hear me? All right, great. Okay, so, hi, my name is Xuan, and today we are talking about accents, which you can hear because I'm not from America, I'm from Malaysia. Okay, so let's start by actually listening to two speakers saying the sentence, "We're having fries for dinner." Speaker A says it like this.
"We're having fries for dinner. We're having fries for dinner."
And speaker B says it like this.
"We're having fries for dinner. We're having fries for dinner."
Now, if you're familiar with US accents, you probably picked up on the fact that speaker B speaks with a Southern accent, right? But how do we know this, and what exactly is an accent? Well, it turns out when we're listening to people speak, we're actually paying close attention to certain features in the sound signal, right? So one example is what we call ing variation. Speaker A says having, but speaker B says haven't. There's something else called I variation. Speaker A says fries, but speaker B says fries. So if you hear someone saying having fries, you hear that as a mainstream US accent. But if you hear someone saying having fries, you hear that as a Southern accent, right? And this tells us essentially that accents are just combinations of linguistic features that are socially perceivable. Now, this is very well researched in the US, but I want to take us out of the US and ask the question, what about English in other parts of the world? And for that, we turn to my home country, Malaysia. Now, Malaysia is a multi-ethnic and multicultural country, and so we speak a lot of different languages. English is very widely spoken, but we also speak languages like Malay, Mandarin, and Tamil. And one of the main questions that I ask in my current research is, how do accents in English develop in such a diverse multicultural population, right? And it turns out, when you have a whole bunch of people speaking lots of different languages, people group themselves by their dominant language. So you can have someone like Esther, for example, who speaks English as a dominant language. Someone like Mei Li speaks Mandarin as a dominant language. And someone like Aisha speaks Malay as a dominant language. So what I did was I went around Kuala Lumpur and I gathered a whole bunch of participants like Esther, Mei Li, and Aisha. I recorded how they speak and I analyzed the sound signal to figure out where exactly their accents come from. And what I found was just by listening to one word, the single word pick, you can actually hear the differences between Esther, Mei Li, and Aisha. Esther sounds like this.
"Say pick for me. Say pick for me."
Mei Li sounds like this.
"Say pick for me. Say pick for me."
And Aisha sounds like this.
"Say pick for me.
Say big for me.
Right, so they're clearly all different, and you can hear their accents even within that single word. But if you remember, accents are just combinations of linguistic features, right? And so what this tells us is that the combinations can occur even within a single word. So to analyze this, I took the word pick, and I looked at the sound signal. Now we can decompose it into two smaller parts. We can look at the consonant, so the P in pick, and we can look at the vowel, so the I in pick. And so today, I'm going to tell you that it's the combination of the consonant and the vowel that gets us the different accents. So let's unpack that and start with the consonant. Esther uses what we call P with long release. There's an extra puff of air, and you can hear it when she says pick.
Say pick for me.
Now, when we look at Mei Li, she also uses the same P with a long release.
Say pick for me.
But when we look at Aisha, her P has a short release. It does not have that extra puff of air, and she says big.
Say big for me.
And so when we turn to the actual data, we see the same exact pattern across all speakers. Speakers like Esther and Mei Li, for their Ps, the release is long. But when we look at speakers like Aisha, the release is short. So that's the consonant. But if you notice, just looking at the consonant alone doesn't allow us to tease apart between Esther and Mei Li. For that, we have to look at the vowel. So Esther uses what we call a lower vowel, right? Her tongue is in the lower position, and this makes the vowel sound like I, pick.
Say pick for me.
And Mei Li uses a higher vowel, right? Her tongue is in a slightly higher position, so instead of I, she says E, peak.
Say peak for me.
And Aisha also uses this same vowel.
Say big for me.
So again, turning to the actual data, we see that tongue position for speakers like Esther is lower, but for speakers like Mei Li and Aisha, the position of the tongue is higher. Okay, so now we can combine the consonant and the vowel to figure out which speaker is which. If you have a P with a long release, you combine that with a lower vowel, I, you sound like Esther, pick.
Say pick for me.
If you have P with a long release, and you combine that with a higher vowel, E, you sound like Mei Li, peak.
Say peak for me.
And if you have P with a short release, and you combine that with a high vowel, you sound like Aisha, big.
Say big for me.
And so what this tells us is that that accent that we identified as Esther, Mei Li, and Aisha within that one word is just a combination of the consonant and the vowel. And then when we ran a follow-up study, we found that when we give participants just that one word, they could accurately identify which speaker was Esther, Mei Li, and Aisha. So what have we learned? Well, we've learned that accents are essentially combinations of different linguistic features. But we've also learned that this combination can occur within a single word, and that listeners can use these combinations to identify different speakers in society. And so the takeaway here really is that when we speak, even something as small as a single word contains rich acoustic information that's unique to our own backgrounds and our own identities. And as users of language, we can readily pick up on these details very quickly without even having to think about them. And so to me, and I think for all of us, it's a very important reminder that languages at its core, with the advancement of generative AI, speech synthesis, automatic speech recognition, that languages at its core are still tied to the humans that use them. Thank you.
You're trying to decide where to go for dinner tonight. So you start reading restaurant reviews. First one, Great food. Second, not worth it. Now it's hard to decide. So you put your phone down, get some water, take a pause. Now you're back. Third review. Amazing place. Sounds good. Decision made. You head to the restaurant. Here is my question. Did that pause change anything? You might think, no, a pause is just a pause. You come back, read the next review, and move on. But here is what we found. The answer is yes. The pause makes a difference. Your brain doesn't just chill and wait, it powers up. After the pause, your brain actually works harder. The very next piece of information carried more weight on your final decision, and you might not even notice that. And here's the thing. No one had ever tested this, because every theory about how we accumulate information assumes a steady rhythm, like a metronome. But this is not the reality. In real life, we always get interrupted. Information comes in bursts and pauses. And what does the brain do during a pause? We actually don't know. So I brought this into the lab. We invited participants to sit in front of a screen and let them watch a sequence of visual stimuli appear one at a time. At the end of each trial, they made a single judgment about everything they saw. Sometimes information came continuously. Sometimes I forced the brain to take a break. The break can be short or long. It can happen early or late in a sequence. All conditions are randomly interleaved, completely unpredictable. And we collected around 2,000 trials per participant, more than 120 hours of total recordings. So this is a large, robust data set. Now let's see what their brains actually did. So this graph shows the weight of each piece of evidence on the final decision. Higher means it matters more. With no break, classic patterns held. People overweighted either early or late evidence, but always in a continuous manner. However, when there is a break, something interesting happened. The very first piece of evidence right after the break suddenly carried more weight in the final decision. To quantify this, we measured how much more influence the post-break evidence had compared to the evidence before the break. And you can see the jump right here. We call this effect peak after break. And this isn't just an average effect. It happened for every single participant across every experimental condition. The longer break, larger peak. Later break, larger peak. Why does this happen? Here is my hypothesis. During the break, memory fades, information is lost, and the brain compensates. It works harder on the next piece of information to compensate for the loss. If this is true, then your brain isn't just passively absorbing information. Instead, it is actively deciding when to invest more effort. And to test this idea, we built a computational model called the PET model, performance effort trade-off. And this is my pet. Wrong pet, actually. So the model captures a core idea. Your brain is actively balancing a trade-off between two conflicting goals, boosting performance and saving effort. Because your brain cannot work at full power all the time. To save effort, performance will drop. And to boost performance, more efforts have to be spent. And your brain is constantly finding the optimal point, the just right balance. When information is coming in continuously, your brain can afford to relax a little and save effort. However, when there is a pause, memory fades, some of the information is lost, and your brain has to compensate. So your brain works harder on the next piece of information, investing more effort to compensate for the loss, and the compensation causes the peak after break. Traditional models assume that the brain's effort never changes, so they cannot explain this effect. Ours can. So what did we learn? The brain is not a passive recorder. It actively decides what is worth the effort. Now when I go back to the restaurant review scenario, I see it differently. I know if I put my phone down for a few minutes and I pick it back up, the very next piece of review I read will carry more weight in my decision. Not because it's better, just because my brain decides to work harder at that moment. We live in a world flooded with information, and we are always told to take in more, focus more, try harder. But maybe what our brain really needs is the right pause. So, if something is important and you want people to remember, put it right after a pause. Let me try that. Your brain isn't just passively absorbing information. It actively decides when to work hard. Pause, then power. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Today, I think after such long talks, you guys might be very hungry, thinking about food, right? So I'm gonna talk about that to make you a little bit more hungrier. Okay, so currently, do you also have that when you go near a fridge and you are just looking at your fridge and seeing the food that you cooked or meal prep like 6 days ago, and then thinking about it, that like, is it even fresh to eat? Is the chicken, the leftover chicken, even good? Because I do that so many times. Just because there is no visible mold around the corner, or unless and until I see something is dead inside, I can tell if it's good or not, right? So the problem is that the only solution for me is to either smell it or just guess every other single day. And that's exactly what we are going to talk today about, the unseen dangers hiding in our plates, in our groceries, and in the hands of the people who did everything right. Like this farmer, Miguel. He is a lettuce farmer in Yuma, Arizona, the region which is responsible for 90% of the winter supply of lettuce. And he tests his water, he does everything right, follows every possible protocol, but still in the spring of 2018, his lettuce and other farms led to 200 people go to the hospital and 5 people even died. He couldn't see it, no one can see it, not the distributors, not like the mothers who were carrying that lettuce inside their carts, they couldn't see it. And one of those mothers was Sarah, who did everything right, meal prepped, washed everything, the best she can do for all her kids, but still. On Tuesday, she made some salad with like Roman lettuce and olive oil. And on Thursday, her kids couldn't go to the school. They actually went to the hospital. And Miguel couldn't see that. Sarah couldn't see that. Neither do you or I could see that. Just because the question is now, is my food fresh or not, is not something I'm thinking about. Now I'm thinking about it's 2026. And still, the best tool to actually understand if our food is safe or not is what? Smell or guess. So that's why, I could have come with hundreds of astonishing ideas in front of you and like give a good takeaway as a chemist or a scientist. But I really wanted to point this out to you that right now we live in a way where a doctor in Tokyo can scan and just understand a tumor, which is a grain of a size using AI. We have self-driving cars. From space, we can see a number plate of a car, but yet you and me are still sniffing in our kitchen, is this leftover chicken even good or not? Can you imagine the amount of struggle we have? But don't worry, I won't leave you like empty hands after going back. What if I tell you there is one magical solution, which I like to call Nano Superheroes, and I'll tell you why. So science has the answer for almost all of it, and in this case, the answer is actually not a big answer. The answer is unimaginably small. We are talking about particles so tiny that if you line up thousands of them, they would fit across the width of a single human ear. That's nanoparticles, and I like to call them superheroes. You'll get to know why. So before your eyes glaze over, it won't be like a chemistry lecture. Here's all you need to know. Some materials, when you shrink them down to such small nanoscale or tiny particles, we are talking billion times smaller than a meter, they start behaving completely different. They develop abilities that their larger versions couldn't have. Something like, a bit like water. You know, water can behave like steam, or it can also behave like ice. So same material, but different properties of that under different conditions. So at the nanoscale, certain metal-based material, like you can see these zinc, silver, gold, they develop something remarkable. They become even sensitive to their environment, like changes in temperature, pH, detect the bacteria, and even sense the gases that are coming from your food. And more interestingly, what if I tell you that scientists like us, and I have also worked on this, is what we can do is put these special nano superheroes into the polymer matrix or the plastic material you have for packaging and prepare a simple small label like you can see over here. So put it on your turkey package or your chicken package. It's just a small label which can change its color to tell you that your food has spoiled or not. How cool is that? So now you as a user or me or your mother, our parents, how will their experience look like? We will go to the grocery store and we can just look at that small dot or an indicator. Is it green? Is it red? Like how is it signaling? Or is it telling us that it's gonna get spoiled? Eat it fast, right? And what blows my mind is basically what goes inside. So when this chicken or this any type of meat products, when it starts to spoil, it leaches out some bacteria. And those bacteria leads to biochemical reactions, which can release gases, which are these metabolites, as you can see, and it goes directly to your packaging material, where our nano superheroes are hiding and sitting there, just waiting for these metabolites. And once it goes and attacks there, it detects it, and those nano superheroes changes its color, just signaling danger, not fit to eat. Now, let's go back to the story of Miguel and like Sarah. Remember them? If there were such types of smart packaging, some intelligent nano sensors, then Miguel would have gotten an alert. So it wouldn't have shipped and the 200 people wouldn't have gone to the hospital, right? And Sarah wouldn't have picked that product, and then her daughter would have gone to school instead of the hospital. So this, I know, is a time where living in 2026 in the era of AI, space technologies, we are still sniffing our food is something we got to change. And I want to tell you the future is smart. We have intelligent packaging is what it is called. And with a simple visual cue of a color change, you can actually know if your food is good to eat or not is your takeaway. So the answer to one of our oldest problems may just be the smallest thing in this room. Nano superheroes who can see the unseen dangers. Thank you so much.
That was really good. So there's a joke among my friends, my coworkers, that I really like milk. I drink every time I wake up in the morning, and every time before I go to bed, I do drink a glass of milk. But no worries. today, I'm not gonna be talking about milk, that can be another day, but I wanted to portray that this milk jug has a comparison with a lot of like daily products that we use every day, from the toothpaste that we used this morning to even the shopping bags that we use at the grocery store. And the comparison is that this is made of this macromolecule, this polymer called polyethylene, which chemically, this is the chemical structure, how it looks like. But we can envision this as a long string of polymer of balls attached to each other, which compose of the polymer. But what is a polymer? A polymer is just a large molecule composed of long chains of the repeating structural units. I wanted to introduce you guys to my grandmother, Malfida. So my family immigrated from Italy to Venezuela after the Second World War, and I wanted to introduce you that my grandma would invite all of the families that immigrated from Italy into the house, and she would just invite them for the cookout. But something that I would love to tell my grandmother is that we can think of polymers, polyethylene specifically, as plain spaghetti noodles. And these plain spaghetti noodles, once we start adding the sauce, the Parmesan, the basil, all those good things, that is what is composed of this milk jug that we have right here. So polyethylene, you know, nature has made a beautiful molecule. It's so cheap. It's about 10 cents for the pound to make it. It's durable, and it's very chemically stable. But another thing that nature made is that anything that's easy to make, it's so hard to just dispose it. So polyethylene, this plastic waste, introduces the long-lasting waste, it's hard to recycle, and sometimes in a very hot day, it's prone to low temperature resistance, so that's the problem of microplastics that we see in the environment. So this empty milk jug, unfortunately, its end-of-life fate, as we know it, it's probably gonna end up in a landfill or even our bodies of water. So we're trying to see how we can start thinking about innovating the plastics recycling industry and how we can tackle this problem, because we need to start acting before we head to bigger problems globally. And when we start looking at data, even though recycling companies say that polyethylene theoretically can be recycled, only 9% only gets recycled. So we think this gets recycled. So I wanted to show you two specific lines. In black, it's what's getting wasted. In blue, it's what's getting recycled. And this is where we're at right now. And this is where we're headed towards 2050. So the current recycling methods, they're not just good enough to eliminate this plastic waste, which is just gonna continue to increase. So current recycling methodologies just look into just getting this deformed waste plastic milk jug, which is just gonna be deformed after post-consumer use, contaminated, and it's just gonna be broken down, which is a process called depolymerization, which is just gonna be broken down into its building blocks, or just called the monomers. And when we attach this back together, it's a process called polymerization. So when we're putting those monomers back into the milk jug again. But the problem is that this is very hard. It's very expensive. It acts contamination. And it just reduces the quality overall of the milk jug when we put it back again. And plastic waste is just very difficult to sort. So our lab is interested in looking how we can imagine the polyethylene, and what if we just add building blocks? What if we just hammer some sites of change to just do chemistry on these macromolecules or these polymers? So what if we actually didn't break it? And recycling methodologies can be constructed into 3 different categories. So if we take this plastic milk jug or a plastic water bottle, and we just break it down to something of less value, that's called downcycling, and that just reduces the properties and overall making it a worse polymer than it started. If we remake the material, it's just called a closed loop circularity. But we're interested in something called upcycling, because this is overall a better process. We're introducing more value And by tackling the plastic waste, we're introducing an economically friendly approach to transforming this waste plastic and creating innovative and creative strategies to reducing the pollution in our environment. So as a synthetic chemist, we're very interested in looking at chemical reactions and asking questions to successfully isolate and yielding these functional polymers. But I wanted to envision this as, imagine going through this. If we take plastic waste, we add these sites of building sites, and then we do chemistry to yield functional materials compared to polymers such as polyvinyl chloride, which we can just see them as PVC piping at your local shelf at a Home Depot. So what if we just turn this plastic waste and we just give it value? So we don't want to break this milk jug down. We want to put value into it. So we don't want to break it down to the monomer, but in theory, we want to take this milk jug and make it into a chlorinated plastic or another functional plastic and see how we can yield these milk jug going into these chlorinated plastic materials. And the chemistry overall, we're looking at an upcycling perspective, which could finally introduce a circular plastics economy and adding value to our plastics and tackling this global issue. So if I were to talk to my grandmother, I would tell her that we would take this same milk jug right here, add these building sites in red, and we could yield different materials that could correlate to the food container that she could give me some pasta in, the cheese wrapping, even the meat wrapping, or even the soles of our shoes. And with these building sites, we can introduce functionality with the tools of organic chemistry, which are so powerful, and we can yield functional materials and add value to these plastics. So instead of seeing this plastic milk jug in the bottom of our oceans, with the chemistry that we're looking into, we want to see if we can reintroduce it into the shelves with higher value towards a new tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pedro, and thanks to all of our presenters. Let's give them all a round of applause. I want to say thank you to our judges on this panel, to all of our judges today who have some very tough choices to make. This is the end of our afternoon of Penn Grad Talks for 2026. I've had the pleasure to spend the afternoon here and to hear presentations from our LPS students, from grad division students in natural sciences, social sciences, and humanities. And I have to say, I'm constantly awed by the intellectual power and creativity of our grad students. And this year, that has not changed one bit. Thank you all for coming to this great event. We're going to be right here at 4:30 to present the winners from all the categories, and then from there, as I told you at the beginning, we're going to walk over to the White Dog for a reception. So please mill around outside till 4:30, come back to this room, and then join us for the reception. Let me also thank the fabulous staff at Advancement who make all of this possible in ways you can't imagine. Thank you so much. Maybe good. Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming back for our presentation of the winners, although I will say everyone who was here and gave such fabulous, enlightening, interesting, engaging talks is a winner in our book. So thank you all. Thanks presenters, judges, audience participants. Before we get started with the presentation of the awards, I'm going to welcome Mark Trodden, Dean of the School of Arts and Sciences, and Thomas S. Gates, Jr., Professor of Physics and Astronomy. Thanks so much for coming to join us today.
Thank you, Beth. I'm delighted to be here. This is one of my favorite events. I try to make some time for it every year, and I always learn, not just something, but a huge amount of things about areas that are so far away from the things that I study. I'm a physicist. I'm a sort of mathematical physicist. I work on the early universe. A lot of your talks are very different to that, and I enjoy that. To me, Penn Grad Talks encapsulates the strength of the graduate division and our ability in the School of Arts and Sciences to use research to connect to others. Graduate students, all of you, represent the heart of the School of Arts and Sciences, touching every aspect of our mission, from advancing research to unlocking brilliance and potential. And I will say that I think I'm supposed to say that I'm at my happiest when I'm in the dean's office, but that's not true. I'm actually at my happiest at Penn when I'm standing in front of a blackboard with my own graduate students. And I try to do that every week, and I still feel that every week, that it's the best part of being an academic. So it's really meaningful to be here in front of you all. Our grad students energize our faculty, as I tried to say for myself, coming up with new connections and lines of inquiry, and ultimately succeed us as the next generation of scholars, educators, and leaders in their fields. And they're teachers, mentoring and educating undergraduates along with everything else that they do. Our standing at Penn and in the School of Arts and Sciences as a top research institution depends on our graduate students, and they embody Penn's enduring legacy of advancing knowledge across time. So to our presenters today, thank you. Thank you, all of you, for being here. Thank you for sharing your curiosity and your discoveries, and thank you for continuing this tradition. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Nora Lewis, Vice Dean for Liberal and Professional Studies in the School of Arts and Sciences. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Trodden, and thank you for being here with us today. So to all of our presenters in the Professional Masters category, congratulations. As Beth said, wonderful presentations, and you're all winners in our book. That being said, the judges have selected as best presentation in the Professional Masters category, Natalie Sabiston for Signals from the Hive, What Honeybee Hygiene Teaches Us About Wildlife Resilience. Natalie? And now I'm going to turn the podium over to Beth Wenger, Dean of the Graduate Division, to announce our next winners.
Thank you so much. I know you people have had enough of me for the day, but this is the good part. Not really, your part was the good part.
There we go.
Oh.
It's okay, you're good.
Okay.
Keep going.
Okay. But the tech only failed at the end, so that's good. So I'm going to begin with the winners in the Humanities Division, and I'm pleased to present that to Alla Gutnikova, Comparative Literature and Russian and East European Studies. Congratulations to all the presenters and to Alla. Oh.
You can get it from way back there.
And now I'm moving on to the social scientists. And our winner in that category is Donald Murat in political science. Congratulations. And congratulations to all those wonderful presenters. And finally, for our divisional categories, the natural sciences winner, Kritika Jha in chemistry. Congratulations. I feel so educated in the sciences having listened to all of you today. And finally, our audience choice winners. And as you know, this is from the popular vote of those who came in person, those who attended online. And we have, in I think a first since I've been doing this, a tie in the audience choice votes. So first, from the natural sciences, Pedro Jimenez Antonucci. Chemistry. And it was the milk prop, I'm sure, that did it. Congratulations. And our second and tied audience choice winner, Alla Gutnikova. Comparative Literature, and Russian and East European Studies. Congratulations. And let me just say again, thanks to all of you. Thanks for a wonderful afternoon of engagement and learning and creativity. We're so pleased to have graduate students like you in the School of Arts and Sciences. Thank you so much. And join us at the White Dog for a reception, please. So I'm sorry, but if I just gave you or Nora gave you a certificate for winning, we need group photos before you go have something to eat or drink. So what am I being told? Right there in the back, whatever he says.